बाबा। एटी 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 da 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 da
folds over। भारत के स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में 7,500 से भी ज्यादा लिस्टेड कंपनियां हैं, जिन्हें अपने बोर्ड के कम से कम 1/3 इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर अपॉइंट करने जरूरी हैं। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स के डेटाबेस में
that essence, that energy is still streaming into our experience. It doesn't ever stop because we are that. We are streaming ourselves here. And so it takes on an anatomy. It takes on a structure that we hit this physicality, and it starts to build and build and build upon itself. This field, this stream folds over and over and over and flourishes, and it rises as high as it can go relative to how conscious we are while we're here. If I can remain the consciousness that I was when I chose to come, once I'm here, I'm going to animate that on a conscious level. If I don't recall it, I'm going to splat and forget everything and have to work my way up for the pure joy of remembering the truth of who I am, right? So as we do, we meet this, the energy folds over on itself enough that we meet this state of consciousness that is revelatory. We wake up. We're like, oh, this is why I'm here. This is what I'm doing. I'm not this outer layer of surviving, presence. There's more to me. There's a deeper stream here. This river runs really deep. And as I explore and find that deep within, like we were speaking about earlier, I begin to recognize, oh, I'm this whole thing. I get it. And as we do, we start to recognize that everything that's happening is in favor, has been since I got here. Every single thing that has happened has been in my favor of awakening, to this. We become, truly realizing the system that's happening here. And so what happens is physically we know that the bioenergetics of how this system operates is there is energy pouring in, goes through the body before there's even a body. It descends and hits the earth, rises up and recycles into this toric field. So it rises as high as it can go until we hit a level of consciousness that we just can't keep together yet. And then it spills around, and because our intention is to come here and to have this experience, it gets recycled. So we draw it up again, and it runs up again. And you'll see in this image right here, it's just kind of a picture worth 1,000 words. First, I'm going to show this continuum that I'm speaking about. Just imagine this coming in from the unified field, this swooping down continuum that hits the earth, rises up, and then projects out through our true, presence here in this physical form, projects before us into this Technicolor movie that we're walking into all of our lives, this rainbow movie that we're walking into. And so we are able to see and draw out of the unified field what we're here to see. Those are the eyes that we look through. And so we see opportunities, or we see challenges, or we see a world that cares or a world that doesn't care, all because if you look at this close up, you'll see that the rising of this energy either rises in its stable fashion and cycles around in this toric field, or you'll see how it circumvents and goes around areas of our own consciousness that we've shut down. And as it goes around these aspects of our system that we've shut down, maybe we loved once and we got hurt, so we shut it down there. We were ridiculed by a parent in some way, or a coach or a teacher at some young age, and so we shut down our personal power. Or we were speaking our delight in some situation, got shut down, so our throat center, and these kinds of things are typical responses. And so what happens in this rising energy is that it now has to circumvent all these areas that we've shut down, and it creates a wobble, and it creates a distortion in this toric field system. Now this person is standing inside this field looking out through a distortion, and it reinvents over and over. It confirms for them. The movie is reflecting back to them how they have shut down in certain ways by the way their experience is going and how people treat them today. It's a reflection of what we've owned and what we've not owned, what we've shut down or what we've flourished in and nurtured. And so when we begin to see it this way, we start to recognize that there's a whole system when we put all of this together that is flowing and processing. And as we're projecting out what's in front of us from a distorted fashion, we end up in a distorted reality that is constantly being confirmed for us. It keeps recreating itself because we haven't changed how this essence that we are, this energy, this light, can pour through us and onto the movie screen. So the good news is when we bring our attention into the core of the body, based on a reaction that we have to a challenge that's in our outer world, or even based on a reaction that we have when we start dreaming and visioning about the life that we would love to be living. There's also a reaction when we start envisioning what we feel like we came here to have or to be or to do or to contribute or to experience. And we get all exhilarated or we get excited. And there's a cellular response to that because we're tapping into what we were built for that has been suppressed because we've shut certain things down. And so when we feel that quiver, it's because we're opening and we're awakening, but we've misperceived that quiver as danger. So we shut it down again and we avoid it. So now that we see the ability to bring our attention into and feel where these energies are bumping up against each other, there's no stream of flow. And we can build a superhighway for that stream of flow to happen. And what happens is these areas that we've been circumventing and going around, we literally start to build circuitry through them. We build consciousness through them every moment that we are present with a feeling, right in this area or this area or this area or this area, wherever we were directed, when we can bring our consciousness there and melt and soften and be with it and start to breathe up and down this channel while staying anchored in these anchor points at the base of our spine and at the heart center, at the throat center, and at the third eye level, we begin to build photon density, these little packets of energy that are creating our reality. We draw from the field what is required for a stability on the inside. But because we've been externally focusing all of our lives, energy follows thought. So all of our little photons rush into the story. They rush onto the other people that we think are triggering us, those people that abused us, or those circumstances. We don't gather the photons into the deep core center. So if we're not gathering the photons, there's no felt sense of self. If we gather more photons, it creates a substance. It creates a concentration of energy packets of consciousness, these little packets of awareness that our whole reality is built upon. It follows thought. We landed here, we splatted, and we externalized our attention, like figuring out what happened, where did I go wrong, who do I need to please, what do I need to do to be okay or to fit in or to be safe. And so now we're saying, you know what, I'm just going to gather this. I call it coming onto subject versus being distracted onto object, coming onto self. When we do, we gather enough photon density that the sensory nervous system now can perceive there's someone in here. There's a sense of me. There's a presence here that I never knew I had. And as we do, and we do that in an organized fashion, this whole structure gets to be enlivened with the true essence of who we are. And so we now are gathering enough of a sense of self that the sensory nervous system can pick up on it, and it contributes to the processing of our nervous system.
Have you used Claude? Around 98% of people out there are not able to use Claude to its fullest extent because Claude has many features like Claude Skill, Claude Automation, among others. If you are one of them, I'm missing out on a lot. And people who are able to use Claude to its fullest extent, they are joining companies at 1 crore, 1.5 crore packages as AI automation expert. And if you want to learn how to use Claude properly and other 15 AI tools, which are going to save you 95% of your time, I invite you for my 3 hours workshop. This workshop is rated 4.
And our motor responses shift because our sensory input is more accurate. We're now sensing through a filter that is enlivened and conscious and integrated and embodied. And so the information that rises to the brain to be processed in terms of what should I do? Who am I? Where do I go? What decisions do I make? What's appropriate for me? What's possible for me? Is now based upon greater wholeness. And as such, in the integrative nervous system that is processing that information in the space of the gap between, action and reaction, or input and reaction, or stimulus and response, there's a spaciousness now that is filled with presence. There's something here that's more okay. It's more whole. And why that's possible is I'm animating inside that wobble, this wobble in the toric field in such a way that the whole continuum can be something I can relate to instead of something like the divine or the heavens are there and I'm here. There's a direct connection between the two. And I'm drawing upon those frequencies that are full and whole and comprehensive when I'm filling this system. And so my motor responses are going to be altered. A scientific, premise is input, process, output. If you don't like the output, we have to change the processing or we have to change our perception of the input if we don't like, what's happening. So we're here allowing the whole thing to be connected again in this invisible anatomy, in a structure that shows us, if you put these different studies together, we recognize that this is how energy behaves. It's how light behaves. And the wholeness of our being is being validated and actually has been since the beginning of recorded history through ancient Egypt and through India and the yogic practices and even through Greek mythology. These were all actually instruction manuals given the names of gods and goddesses as parts of the whole cosmic principle, the cosmic law that is governing this whole existence here. It was instructions for you, not talking about a god or a goddess that lived a long time ago, but it got marginalized into that kind of a conversation in terms of, what science would have us think when we were only focusing on what we could see with our physical sciences. Quantum science has changed the whole picture and allowed us to realize that, you find what you're looking for. So we have to be aware of who's looking and what is our intention.
So many good nuggets in there. I wanted to ask you about actually the use of the term photon as like a particle of light that you're using as a sort of packets of energy. I'm curious, why do you choose to use that language for that in particular? Because I could see for some that are like a bit more scientifically minded, it might create an unnecessary rub in receiving information because of preconceived notions or sort of scientific delineation of what is energy versus what sounds cool. And obviously, because I think you're such a big and bright light, I just want to invite that inquiry and see, what do you really mean when you're using those terms?
Okay. So in the quantum world, right, where we are, at the meeting place between energy and physical matter, we know that we can create a vacuum and a few randomly placed photons inside of this vacuum. We can think a thought into that and they will rearrange. And we know so that we know that we have influence over the physical world, something that's almost matter, something that's tangible and measurable with the power of thought, concentration, and intention. And so it's one of the terms in the subatomic world that I use that simply because it's one that most people have been exposed to on some level, just referencing this threshold between matter and non-matter and the role of consciousness that consciousness plays in the materialization of the collapsing of energy waveform into particle. It's right there at that level that I'm just referencing the doorway itself. So we can talk in other subatomic particles of quarks and such that are also this nearly invisible, aspect of life. That what I'm wanting to do is just give people the opportunity to realize that our intentions play a role, that we can shift our DNA function. We have an ability to shift physical form, and that we have ability to move and reshape self and the world around us with the power of our thought. But our thought alone isn't enough, usually, to do that consistently enough to create change and shift in our world, in our life experience. And so when we move into the deep core presence of self and then introduce the qualities of love and intention and a deep heartfelt sense of self, when we start to bring all of that together, it generates enough consistency that we can do that long enough inside of this space and time, version of the whole continuum, to be able to see shift and change in our physical exchange in the world. So hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk more about it if we want, but I think largely there's a distinction that I try to carry most when exploring the mystical areas of life, where there's a fine line, I guess, between the precision of language and sort of useful metaphors to sort of have some sort of conceptual understanding of what we're talking about, because we're on a podcast. And if we were actually going to speak in absolute truth, we'd probably just sit here silent the whole podcast.
Right.
It probably wouldn't make for that great of a podcast.
Right, exactly.
So it's always kind of discerning between that. I just wanted to make sure that, do you feel complete with the understanding of the subtle anatomy, or do you want to, I just want to make sure you feel like you've kind of covered that, the mapping of that. If there are any other charts you want to magically pop up on screen, from the Sushumna channel to the toroidal field to the energy centers, is there anything else in regards to that you think is important to highlight?
Yeah, so there's this other little map that I have here that we can take a look at that just starts to bring in. We have this the chakra system that a lot of people are familiar with, and so I speak about that as well in terms of levels of consciousness, not just wheels of energy inside the physical body, but that each of them are representing a different vibrational frequency. On this same continuum, there is a vibrational frequency. So everything is energy and it's all vibrating in different frequencies. And there are aspects of your frequency code that are, the root chakra, chakra number 1, and the wisdom chakra, chakra number 2. And there are lots of different studies around the world and different cultures that have divided chakra systems in different ways. But in the use of a 7 chakra system, what I'm doing with the anatomy of awakening is saying, what we need to do is explore levels of consciousness that are even higher than chakras 1 through 7. And so chakras 8 and 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 in a 12 chakra system are some of the things that I'm bringing into the conversation for this reason. When we begin to relate to and resonate with these additional 5 levels of consciousness that
What if a moment of connection could create a real shift in your life? You're invited to join the Soulfulness community, and it's completely free. This is where people come every day to experience guided practices rooted in soul healing.
Are also included in our invisible and visible anatomy. We begin to relate to and resonate with higher and higher locations up that continuum.
What were the 5 levels of consciousness?
Okay, so they would be the higher 5 chakras. So it would be chakra 8 and 9 and 10, 11, and 12. And so they are, what I do is reference it in the reverse, because we start at chakra 12, which is more of a presence, the unified field coming into form. Science would describe our existence here, like we were talking about earlier, where there's an essence in the space in between us that runs through you and keeps going forever, and runs through me and keeps going forever, and we are all part of that. And so I oftentimes describe this as if you hung up a big bed sheet, and just a big, king-size bed sheet, and you came up to that sheet that was hanging on edge, and you just pinched it, that pinching is the folding over of this unified field, and it compressing toward itself, those 2 pinches, is basically what we are. We are a wrinkle in this field of consciousness.
Yeah, David Bohm with his implicate order would echo a similar sentiment, that there are like these nested or enfolded realities within itself. Just another avenue for people to explore if they want.
Yes. And in fact, I think it was probably in some of his research that 20 years ago, when I was trying to figure out what was happening to me. These things are opening up in my consciousness. I'm experiencing other realms. What's going on? Because, as a doctor in a clinic and trying to just get outcomes and results with people, and I was using energy medicine techniques and things like that, but because I was raised with that, but at the same time, it was stimulus response. Get this outcome. People had to heal, or I didn't have a practice. That's what I was doing with people. These things started opening up, and I was studying his input and the reversal output, and that we are just flashing, into existence here through this enfoldment reality that you're referencing. So it's fascinating when you start putting all these things together. And the reason that I had some of this and some of this and some of this was because I needed to explain what I was experiencing. It was experiential for me. It wasn't theoretical.
Yeah.
I was just curious about what the heck is going on here?
Which is just important to highlight. And I know you shared your story in kind of one of your big transpersonal experiences last time on the previous conversation we had. But for scientific skeptical minds, when it comes to the certainty around chakra systems and energetic structures, I think it's just important to continue to highlight that these aren't things that you or I are asking anyone to believe, but to keep an open mind, not so much that it falls out of your head, but have an open mind to a degree where you keep it as a possibility, And if you were to have the transpersonal experience of where it became self-evident, that's the only real way to kind of verify that within your experience. But I just wanted to double down that this is kind of coming from your own experience that you're trying to make a conceptual sense of, and these structures that you can actually encounter within yourself.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you for that. It absolutely is not a belief system. Just think about it. Like, there's a part of you that feels tender at times, right? You just feel tender. And there is a part of you that feels, that knows stuff that you maybe haven't even been taught, but a situation shows up and you just know what to do. But nobody said, hey, when this situation comes up, do this. But through your assimilation of past experience and your innate intelligence, your own inherent wisdom, in those moments, we rush forward and we know what to do. It happens. We just do. And there's a part of us that is just loving and willing to forgive, even though X, Y, and Z has happened. Or maybe not willing to forgive. But when we decide to forgive, we feel the repercussions of that. We feel the effects of having let go of something. It's a physiological shift that anyone can sense. Try it on. And so what all of, the sciences and all of spirituality are actually trying to do is bring organization to an understanding of that. In true spiritual practice, that's what we're doing. We're inquiring into our true nature. That's it. So it's not about religion in my world at all. It's about, if you look deeply into some of the sacred texts in these writings, with the ears that have turned on inside of my system, I hear or see something differently than I did 20 years ago when I read it before I started having these experiences. I see, oh my gosh, there's actually an instruction manual there physiologically that isn't about a belief. It became about that for so many. But if you're looking into it from what do I do and what is happening underneath the story energetically, you can hear instructions being shown to you through the words that were spoken or the things that were said about, someone or something sometime long ago. And if you're listening from this perspective, you can actually perceive that a guidance was there about our own physiology, very tangible parts of us, our own physicality. And inside of the Anatomy of Awakening, I drew some parallels and showed people that if you trace this back to the physiology, you see the ventricular system in the brain and the central channel in the body. And if you take this, you see that this whole deity that was being described in Hinduism was actually about the primitive brain and transforming its function. And we can see that unfolding when we lay the sciences over upon one another. So it's about what if we just entertain? What if this equals this? And we start bridging these worlds and these different disciplines of study, and we start allowing them to be representing something within each other. Because I truly contend that science and spirituality have to work together to really understand the essence of who we are. Now, we can prove a lot scientifically. And then there's that little something extra that keeps us from being able to go into a laboratory and create a human being without that little something extra. We know all the particles and all the chemistries and all of even the chemical reactions that take place between them. But to actually build a human being, there's a little something more. And, in spirituality can only go so far if it doesn't include some left brain activity, if it doesn't include some logic, if it doesn't include some reproducibility and some substantiation that can settle our minds and allow us to feel comfortable exploring such things. But I think that's where we sit right now, that it's our job to blend the two, instead of edging something out for the one thing that feels more comfortable for us. Quantum science is really inviting us into that.
Yeah, and that would require the more scientifically oriented individuals to maintain an open mind when exploring less immediately verifiable transpersonal experiences and what people claim to experience. And it requires individuals that are having mystical experiences not to immediately label it with certainty as to what it is, because
Priya, you're on the cake for Vikram's birthday, na?
I closed the Henderson account this week, actually.
Good, good. But the cake, don't forget. Arjun, walk us through the real numbers.
there's a whole realm of our mind that needs to make meaning out of experience. And the subtlety between reality and a hallucinated state is fairly fine. There's a saying that the psychotic drowns in the same waters that the mystic swims in, you know?
Yes.
And so discernment is just super important here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I love having conversations with individuals like yourself who can do both and can have an open mind in regards to both. Okay, continuing.
Yeah.
Did you want to kind of finish off those upper five levels?
Sure. I just want to comment on what you were just saying,
Yeah.
that what I think is helpful when it comes time to discern and to keep grounded in these spiritual experiences instead of spinning way out and becoming super esoteric is the body. The physical body helps us. The more we embody, the more we can translate those mystical spiritual experiences into terms and processes and visions and inspirations and intuitions and innovations that allow us to open our scientific mind to discover more than science has been able to discover before, right? So I think that it's for us here in this physical dimension, our physical body has a lot to do with why we're here and how to be here effectively. And because it's the physical dimension version of us. So if we can embody, if we can integrate in the body and build more neurocircuitry and breathe inside this system and animate these aspects of who we are, we can more accurately interpret the things that may happen in a meditative state or in a vision state or, in whatever it is that happens with someone, whether they're pursuing, transcendental experiences or they just happen in the shower one day. That for us to be able to translate that into usable information that changes our lives for the better, that we can offer up to others as some guidance or some reassurance at the very least, then I feel that being embodied, being fully in the body, facilitates our ability to make it understandable, relatable, accessible, and reproducible. And that's what the scientific world needs to see in order to, check the box and to feel that it has value.
Yeah. Similarly, also in the spiritual meditative side, the grounding in and integration and embodiment of expanded awareness and insight is very much so needed, especially as you integrate and embody that knowing. Your presence inherently, like a candle, will effortlessly illuminate darkness, will provide a level of a transformative quality in no matter what field of work that you have in life, and for those that maybe have these experiences, which can be on the one side, like deeply transpersonal, mystic, out-of-body experiences, or the subtle recognition of who you are in any given moment, that carrying that recognition with you in your day-to-day life as a level of embodiment is what would keep somebody, for example, in the more scientific mind, a bit more open, because there is something inherently like radiant of somebody that embodies truth, right? And there is an inviting quality to it. Whereas the typical paths is to proselytize your own belief system into others, to indoctrinate them into your own self-righteousness. The other alternative is actually from the space of needing no validation or, needing nothing. You sort of get everything in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
In many different ways, the person or the self that wants the world cannot be the same one that receives it,
Right.
And so, I think I just love, and especially in our last conversation, you talked about the descended masters,
Mm-hmm.
so much of like the spiritual conversation in this day and age is like, we're here, but we're supposed to get up and out and higher. And sure, to a degree, there's a perspective there, you know. But to the degree our roots go deep, the branches go high, and so I just I love continuing to come back to like grounding this insight, you know, coming back into your body, and seeing how they're all interconnected. So
Yes,
yeah.
beautiful. So what I was saying about this map is speaking about that
Yeah.
exactly. That for anything to rise, it has to descend first. It has to drop in, and then it rises automatically. And so on this map, we see that this, you know, this level of consciousness that is our true nature, our true essence, our unified fieldness, the fact that we are that energy compressed into form, is chakra 12. The action of compressing and compressing and compressing gives the experience of movement, or gives the experience of descending into this dimension, coming in through a series of compressions. And so that's the chakra 11, is this cosmic quality, this universal quality of movement and compression. And it is that movement that happens through our body that is the sustaining quality of being here. The circulation of our blood, the regulation of our digestive system, our hormonal system, you know, flourishing through the body. The movement of that chemistry is the communication and the connection that happens because we're compressing energy. It generates a vibration, which generates movement. And so that's the chakra 11 aspect of us. So what that translates to in like regular speak is we're designed to be in flow. We're designed to be in movement, which is why, you know, our popular conversation is find your flow, get in your flow, get in that, you know, rhythm of your life, and allow life to be this stream, because it's our true nature. It's how we come in. And so then chakra 10 is the quality of consciousness that does receive, that does have. It's the gathering and the presencing of self here in this dimension. And so it's like a vessel that fills and fills and fills. And when the vessel fills and it brims over the top, this statement of, you know, when your cup runneth over kind of thing, that it's the authenticity of self that is building. Like we're not jumping out ahead of ourselves. We're staying right on the self and allowing the self to cultivate and allowing presence to cultivate inside this system. And as it does, we awaken up through this primitive level of survival into flourishing and abundance and sharing, because we can feel it. We know who we are. We know that this is for us. It isn't against us. And it's an experience that we are generating for ourselves. And so there's a level of consciousness that is revelatory in that way, which I mentioned before. But as you see in this map, it's like one leads to another, leads to another, leads to another. And in this revelatory state, we realize that this essence, this unified field, this infinite possibility is in our favor. It's in our favor. It's not against us. Life is not against us. And if we are perceiving it as such, we are choosing a smaller reality for ourselves than we could. We could choose a bigger reality. And the way to find it is to, ironically, to go deeper. The deeper we go, the sooner we find that pure stream that is that through line that is following this whole map that we've flashed up and shown people. And so we see life as a blessing. We see that we are being blessed and that we are offering ourselves into life in such a way that, leaves it better than we found it in terms of this thing that we're in, this collective, project that we're engaged in.
Mm.
So
I love it. I think these conversations can support people in experimenting and getting in touch with that space themselves. And to me, where this really translates into how it changes people's day-to-day experience is kind of how we started this conversation, which is instead of orienting yourself towards the world to fulfill a sense of lack within yourself, you're moving from joy. And I'm just curious, what do you think is joy? And what happens when we start to move from that place and not in the search of it?
yeah, I have to say that in the the transcendental experiences, the transpersonal experiences that I have had and continue to have. I just in this last month had another very.
What would you tell someone who knows exactly what to do but can't make themselves do it?
That gap has a name, and it's not laziness. Understand it this Monday.
I'm 42, high IQ. Everyone said I'd be successful. Instead, I scroll for hours, start projects I never finish, and watch guys I used to tutor pass me by. I feel like I've wasted my entire life.
You haven't wasted it, but you've been fighting your brain instead of working with it.
Here's what no one told you about high IQ ADHD. Your brain demands more dopamine than average. Daily life feels flat, boring, empty. So you fill it with distractions, scrolling, snacking, checking your phone, anything to avoid the thing that actually matters, because that thing doesn't give you the chemical hit you need. You know exactly what to do, you just can't make yourself do it. And the guilt makes it worse.
You tell yourself you're lazy, undisciplined, a fraud, but that's not it.
Your nervous system is treating boring, repetitive work as something to avoid. Not because you're weak, because that's how your brain is wired. The good news, wiring can be changed. That's why Liven created the 20
large opening that happened in real time actually while I was teaching a course, and I was leading a big meditation, and usually I stay in this like role of supporting others, and it just sucked me in, and all of a sudden I was in it, having my own experience while I was trying to share and guide hundreds of people into this experience simultaneously. But the reason this one popped into my mind when you asked this question was that there was so much vibratory, ecstatic joy in the midst of this moment that something just moved forward in my reality in a beautiful way. But here's what I know: every time that I've had these massive openings, this sense of joy is almost unspeakable. Like the one that I shared with in our other conversation was just this exalted state, high above the earth, could see in every direction, the same in a light so brilliantly bright. It was 10 times brighter than the brightest thing I'd ever experienced in the desert or anywhere else. And I was suspended above the earth, and I knew that this was the truth of, who I was and who we are, and that we were engaging in a project here in this dimension. This isn't all that we are. It is who we are, but it's not all that we are. We're more than meets this eye here. And so the state of being in that exalted realm was complete joy. It's complete just peace and joy combined. Like there was just nothing missing. There was nothing else, nothing to do, nothing to become, nothing except this pure illuminated truth about, who we are and what we are. And these, and then, through the 25 years, I've had multiple of these experiences, and every time joy is a factor bigger than I knew before. And so what I know is that when this energy is compressed, there's a vibration. And at its foundational level, that vibration is, in my experience, the most ecstatic presence of love and delight and joy that I could ever have more than I could have ever imagined, And so I feel that it is the experience that happens when we decompress enough, but we are still in the body form, that we can feel the vibrations of the true essence of who we are. We can experience that on a vibrational level in the body. It feels beyond the body. It feels like it's in here and out here, to the point that there's no division between inner and outer. It's just an ecstatic presence. And I think the degree to which we open and integrate and embody will determine the degree of consistent and sustainable joyful life experience. That it's an opening, it's a decompression, of an overly compressed state that we have generated upon ourselves because of an overuse of thinking without allowing an equal presence of love and breath inside the body. That when love and breath and consciousness are combined and we decompress enough of our beliefs and our past experience through story of the history of our lives and the contractions that we created, that when enough of that is integrated, we release inside and we allow something more belonging to have a life and something more pure to be presencing itself in all different kinds of life experiences. And that vibration that is generated in those moments is what we call joy, in my ability to translate that best I can.
Yeah. Of course, beyond words. But similarly, in my experience, like those experiences like expand you to a place where you cannot contract beyond that knowing. It's a reference point that kind of carries with you vibrationally, if you will, through all that you do. And that's why I've found like we're recently gonna, this year we're planning different live events to bring this community that's online and podcasts online in person to start exploring these, these practices and these insights in person. Because for me, like, the transformational containers of like immersive experiences in person is where I've like really transformed and grown the most. When you really get to actually experience it, and it's not a fanciful thing you hear on a show. Yeah, as a side, if people want to more information on that, we'll leave a link down in the description. I'm feeling just really excited about cultivating the community that can have these experiences and then go back into the rest of their life, and that insight and that expanded awareness carries into everything else they do in their relationships. And it's cool to see how you refer to this joy that is like ever increasing. Like once you think there's like a certain amount of love or joy that you can hold, you can like expand beyond that.
Yes.
Keep going.
It's a lot. And so it keeps me delving even deeper and building deeper circuitry and accepting even more and deepening my roots into, like chakra 10 is the invisible root chakra, it's like the root chakra for this larger anatomy. So here's another image that shows this whole 12 chakra system and how they fit together. We have this immediate chakras 1 through 7 that everyone's familiar with. And then there's an 8 and a 9 overhead and a 10 that is deep in the earth. And then an 11, which is the energy and the essence that is cycling inside this whole big chakra 12, which is referenced as this light body or the energetic, system foundation that I'm deepening into. In chakra 10 is referencing this divine destiny. It's like it's your destiny to have this joy. It's your destiny to awaken to the ecstatic self while you're here, walking and talking and living right through the illusionary boundaries that we've been operating in. And so when we have these experiences, and I love that you're going to do some live events because people love to do that. I know when I have my live events, people come and they open up and they flourish, and we find these frequencies that are compounded with other people in the space doing the same thing. When someone in the space starts to get it, open up and integrate, pop, 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 other people do the same because we're in coherence and we're just, each other showing the way for these greater openings of embodiment. So inside of that, as these openings keep happening with me, I start experiencing, beyond the greatest experiences I had 20 years ago. It is, I couldn't begin to measure the difference in the life experience I'm having now in terms of even finding joy in situations that would have upset me previously, that I see it completely differently. And I delight in the project that humanity is creating for itself in the myriad of different vibrational presentations that are happening with different peoples, and their.
Are you a retired professional in India? Your retirement does not have to be the end of your career. There is a career that is very popular with
varied beliefs and ways of operating, etc. That things that you would have derailed me before, I find joy in it.
There's something really powerful about just the comical nature of it in a sense, and being able to laugh at yourself even
Yes.
when you get triggered. You still have a relative degree of like the funny nature that you're being triggered by something you're perceiving outside of yourself. It's not like a detached essence. It's more of like there's a like life is perfectly designed to trigger you for your own greatest evolution, and the more that you like increasingly are aware of that, the more it's funny when you can kind of catch yourself slipping back into that.
Yes.
And to me, that just creates a little bit of separation also between like taking it seriously, and maintains more contact to be able to work with it.
And you know what that is, in my perception, is that's a way that self-love expresses. You're loving yourself. You're like, oh, come on, look what you just did. Come here, come here. So like, come on, don't do that. Let's do this instead.
Yeah.
And by playing with it that way, that love is what we wanted to be experiencing when we landed here. And the people around us didn't know how to do that because they were lost in the splat as well. And so we can generate that, and we pick up right where we left off way back then, because we're truly timeless. And so if we'll allow that presence to be cultivated by ourselves, for ourselves, in the midst of all of this, it generates this beautiful life laboratory that is more like a playground than a laboratory.
Yeah, this happened a few days ago. I was just driving through LA. Traffic is crazy. This one person cut me off in like a crazy way, and I got irritated. But like immediately after, and like this person was like on their phone, just driving reckless, like super dumb. But I saw myself getting irritated at it. But like fairly short, within a couple seconds after, I just kind of like chuckled at myself, like, why aren't you acting the exact same way I want you to? And like making light of how we subconsciously like expect life to happen in the exact way we want it to.
Right.
And then just like, for me, that's just another way to kind of undermine the substantiality we give to like a lot of these triggers. It's almost like a table with like 3 legs. It's like there's always, if you could always kick it out underneath you.
Right.
And to me, again, that's just another way to like create a bit self-love and just diffuse the seriousness we carry so much in life that causes so much suffering. So yeah, it's just a funny example.
If the foundation of our being is ananda, is bliss, is joy, is delight, if we can bring delight into the retraining process, then what we're doing is actually revisiting these parts and coming back and picking them up in a loving fashion. We're guiding and nurturing instead of trying to beat ourselves over the head for reacting. Now I have a reaction to the fact that I'm reacting, and that just tightens down the entanglement. And what we have to do is just breathe into that in a loving and supportive way. And the next thing we know, we're building a new structure based upon, presence and possibility, and this realm that we try to achieve toward. All we have to do is start actioning from that place, and we begin to, become that in all of life circumstances.
Yeah, and to me, it feels like there's a progression there of when you get triggered, it's like an all-consuming, ever-pervasive distortion in your mind, in your body, and you become it, and then it's like you start to create a bit more distance, and it diffuses it, and maybe you just get pissed off for a little bit, to then where it's like instead of a forefront for a brain takeover, it's sort of like less of a shout and more of a whisper, and like it becomes more and more subtle in terms of the annoyance, the irritation, to the resistance to what is in every given circumstance. And then the contemplative practices would say there's a point where you actually can dissolve the self. You're still fully involved in the world, but you're no longer ever under the presumption that life is happening to me. There is a solid self in which is a victim of the external circumstances happening in the world. And like to that point is like absolute freedom. The journey and the gradient up to there is ever increasing access to more and more freedom, energy. And so I love that you brought in self-love and kind of just self-compassion along the journey, because it allows you to continue to move on that path. you know,
Yeah.
and realize that like this is very much so in many ways the game we're here to play, you know, and so
This is it.
there's like there is the irritation that we think the world is creating, and then there is the second dagger that we twist into ourselves for the judgment of having the irritation, you know?
Right.
And so like I think that perspective that is super helpful to be able to stop twisting the arrow that you know the world puts in you first.
Right. At some point, we have to recognize that our response to all that is unfolding is ours to choose. And, you know, what I love doing is just bringing people into the self enough, finding ways to stay and sit and breathe and be there that allows us to remain compassionate and caring and presence, you know, because it's really the parts of us that we marginalized at the beginning of our life experience that we're having to go back and get. And the only way to call them back out of hiding is to be what we were unable to be when we shoved them aside. We didn't have the wherewithal to do that. So it is always going to be love, whether it's self-compassion or presence or just, you know, breathing slower, slow down your mind, create the space to allow for some of that to just come back into your working environment, into the recipe that you're operating from, so that you are now a rising presence instead of a hollow program that you were running on before.
Hmm. Yeah, and I think this will continue to help ground a lot of this conversation is for everybody that's listening right now. Like, we all have had those early developmental experiences where something happened in our youth that was beyond our ability to process it in the moment, creating some sort of behavioral compensation, a shift in identity structure, a personality formation that becomes the color-tinted glasses in which we view the world through. And through many of the practices and insights and things we've been sharing in this conversation, you start to diffuse that, you start to get a bit more curious, you start to, what you could say is, take full custody of your inner child again, and you start to be a bit more soft around those triggers. And there, in your work, you explain the direct link between the emotional blockages that we have, the corresponding biological diseases and illness and sickness that can then come from it, those energy centers. And I think we largely just overlook how psychosomatic physical diseases are. We think of them as purely physical, failing to realize there is an energetic and mental, emotional component to it. So for everybody that can,
Atomic Habits, Ikigai, Think and Grow Rich, Rich Dad and Poor Dad, how many of these books are lying?
Everybody listening right now has their own area of stuck energy. To varying degrees, we're aware of it. There's certain parts in our body that we feel it, certain organs that aren't functioning as well. And disease is one way that it becomes glaringly obvious that there's an issue or blockage in our system. Now, I would just love for you to share whatever you want in regards to how emotion and these sort of mental distortions and coping mechanisms are tied directly to the biological stuckness of energy and diseases that forthcome after that, how they're kind of connected, and how people can start to gain awareness and give loving attention to those spaces, which will then result in who knows what, but for a lot of people, big healings, greater joy, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, what many people don't realize is that the physical body is the caboose on a train that is being driven by the full-on acceptance of our conscious magnificence, really, our consciousness and the magnitude of it. And so if we're not aware of our magnificence in some way or another, and we're all learning and realizing and remembering, then what happens is the caboose can only go where the engine is taking it, right? It just follows the path. So the physical body is a reflection of what we're embracing and what we're rejecting. It's just as simple as that. So, well, it's not simple. It's very complex, and it runs our lives. But it's clear that the physiology is a reflection of what consciousness is being embraced and what is being rejected. And so if I am rejecting a part of my own, ability, my capacity, my okayness, my well-being, my fullness, my inherent sovereignty, then my physical body is going to reflect what happens when I live in a state of fear, or when I live in a state of anger or resentment or frustration. And so we have a myriad of physical ailments that correlate to, different shutdowns in the body that we were referring to earlier. And there's a place in the body where those energies impact us. In other words, there are certain patterns of effect that anger creates in the human system, and fear generates a different effect, and animosity or resentment or fear or anxiety, they each have their own pattern of influences in the physiology, which then influence the levels of consciousness that different organs and systems of the body correlate to. So literally, there is a state of consciousness that is influencing, for example, our respiratory system. If I am in rejection to life and I'm not exchanging easily with life, if I'm hesitant, I'm likely to develop respiratory issues. If I am not digesting and metabolizing the things that happen in my life with accuracy and an open willingness that we've been speaking about here today, I'm likely to end up with with a digestive issue in my physiology. If I am, suppressing my desire to love and be unconditionally loving and to be loved and to love in some way, if I've shut down or put barriers around myself, there's just so much clinical evidence that shows us you're going to end up with something showing up. You could easily, see something show up in the physiology around the heart system, and so on. So we know this correlation. We've known it for decades, and it's so important that people connect those dots. And what I know is that if we just ask in the body, where could I build the circuitry to better allow my consciousness to flow and for me to come to know these parts of myself better than I ever have and embrace and accept them in some way that I haven't before, then I will have an effect on the chain reaction, the train reaction of how it's going to show up in my physiology. And so by asking, where in the body could I build the circuitry? And if your mind goes somewhere, don't be surprised if at some point when you start working with that and anchor yourself in your body with these anchor points and breathe up and down in the central channel in the in-between moments, so that when you ask that question, it takes you somewhere. Don't be surprised if you sit there and breathe with that part of you that you've been directed toward. If a tear doesn't start to come down your face, or if some respiratory reset doesn't happen because you're synchronizing aspects of your physiology with aspects of your consciousness again for a reset. And you're getting another chance to allow that part of you to have a life, to come into your life. And when you do, you may feel that you fall into what may feel like a deep, dark well for a minute. Just fall. Don't resist it. Don't let your thinking mind kick in and try to understand what's going on. Just know that, hey, you're here in a safe space. There's nothing going to happen. It's just you. It's just energy. But you will fall into what will feel like a void, a deep, dark well. People talk about it all the time. And if that's happening, you're falling into the parts of you that you've not allowed to develop because they were set aside for all these years. So when you fall into them and you start to welcome them back into the mix, they don't have a name. They don't have a familiar face, these parts of your consciousness. It looks like you don't know who you are. You don't know what's going on. But if you will let that be, and you'll just drop into it with compassion. Just like, there was a moment in my life when this started happening with me. These openings were happening. I didn't know what was going on. And my life was changing rapidly. A relationship ended. I was going out and teaching instead of just being in my clinic all the time. Flights were always canceled, and I had to cancel patients Monday morning because I couldn't get back to the clinic in time. And, lost my mother, made her transition. She was my best friend. It was just all this stuff like in a short period of time. And I was headed to the clinic one day, turned back because I forgot something, had to go back, walk past my bed to get to my closet to get the thing, fell onto my bed, just broke, And in that moment, I thought, I'm having a breakdown. But actually, I was breaking in. And I was falling and falling and falling, and tears were just coming, and I was just like out of it, lost, spinning and spinning, falling down some deep, dark well. And something happened in that moment where I let go for the first time in my life. I didn't try to control and get myself together so I could get to work and see those patients. I just was like, I'm having it. I just fell, and I just felt everything just falling away. And I felt like, if I lose it all, at least I'll have me. I found a me that I had never known before. So it was just a pinnacle transformative moment where nothing was real except this connection. Now my consciousness had landed on a part of me that was unconditional, was unwavering, was timeless. It was always going to be there. And I, I knew it in some way, but it wasn't an intellectual process. It just had me. And I was crying and crying, and all of a sudden I was laughing and laughing. And in the midst of that greatest pain was the most magnificent joy I had ever experienced in the body. This was after my first experience that I had shared with you, and maybe 10 years later. But now I was having that experience in the body, and nothing mattered because this joy was here. It was like, oh my God, I'm like free in the midst of all of this pain that was happening in my life. So I know that when that is happening, when transformation is happening with an individual, it's going to come with a lot of unfamiliarity. It's going to come with letting go of your educated mind. And I was trained and, as a doctor and a scientist and had to get all these results. And that part of me the logical part of me just let go. And there was such a freedom. Not that you then throw logic out the window from here on out, but it got to share the space with something greater than itself. We can't live in a logical world and pray for a miracle. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make good logical sense to do that. We could open up and allow for what is beyond logic to play a role in what we are gathering and organizing and the information that we are, choosing to live from. If that is where we find our stability, we can increase our territory in that way.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I know those moments where you surrender into the full acceptance of feeling your feelings, which I think most of us probably, I definitely probably also think like it's this big catastrophic thing that's going to take you over forever, as opposed to minutes to an hour of fully being with what is, right?
And it was minutes. It changed my life forever.
Wow. So you would say the circumstances that led up to you like fully breaking in, as you said, into this experience within a couple of minutes, would you say you stopped trying to hold it together?
Day 1, 2.5 crore. Day 2, 3.25 crore, 2.74 crore. That is the 3-day box office of a Bollywood film that was made almost entirely with AI. And nobody is talking about what this means for people who actually know how to do AI filmmaking. If a careless, half-baked AI film can make that kind of money at the box office, what do you think a properly made cinematic AI brand film can earn you as a freelancer? Brands are already paying 25,000 to 1 lakh per AI video. The demand is real, the skill gap is massive. And right now, most people are still on the wrong side of it. I've been teaching people exactly this. And once you learn it, you can also get paid for working with multi-billion-dollar brands and show your creativity to the world. Click on the link below.
Yep. And it came together.
It's funny how that works.
Yeah. Right. It's like, there's a bigger system here trying to do its thing. And if I just let it, it will.
Yeah.
And that bigger system I had a direct experience with in the meditations that I shared with you. I knew about it. I lived it. I was there. And then I was walking in this world trying my best to figure it out. And at the end of the day, the only way to own it in this body was to let go, was to stop trying.
Do you think that we largely just need those external triggers to really go there? Because I think like if we live long enough, we're going to have really challenging like dark nights or moments where we're kind of forced to go there. I think the invitation is that like while those may occur, there's also possibility to like access that without everything around you crumbling. But I feel like it's harder when you don't have that forcing universal kind of arm wrestle where you're forced to go there. You had no other option, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It settles us, it stills us when, I was in a state of overwhelm. I had so many things happening at the same time, and I was very capable as a kid, broad shoulders, I can do this, that whole thing. Yeah. So that was my go-to always. And it was the personality that I developed, and then we lose sight of the fact that it developed, and we think that's who we are and who we've always been and all that is. And it's not, but it's what we operate as if. And so it had to crack because it was going to limit me. The very thing that I thought had gained the strength that brought me here wasn't going to get me there, wasn't going to get me to the rest. And so it had to dissolve. And so the circumstances were collecting in intensity in proportion to my stubbornness based upon the strength that I knew what it had taken to get me through the life circumstances of abuse and abandonment and the things that had happened in my childhood and growing up. I knew what it took to get okay with that, but it wasn't really okay. It was survivorship. It really was an open presence and acceptance and piercing the veil of this illusionary world that we are living in here. It wasn't really victorious. It was winning the battle, but it wasn't the ultimate destination. It wasn't the fulfillment. And so by having all these things collect, it was enough to implode and boom, and it was free. So your question is, is that necessary? No, just surrender voluntarily sooner. Just keep in a state of surrender and witness and maintain your strength and clarity and your willingness to move forward in life and to do good and to be all that you can be and to offer up all that you do know, open and available to everything else that's available for you to know. And when that comes together, we don't have to suffer to awaken. But what I know is that if we suffer, it could contribute to our awakening. So it can explain the suffering that's been happening. Yeah. And if we could use it to our advantage, and we can, by building circuits and by being present inside the system, then we can translate those circumstances in a non-suffering way sooner. So I think that as we just become conscientious people and we care and we allow ourselves to come home and we anchor in this system in the way that it's designed to be utilized, we will automatically become conscientious and compassionate people because that's the nature of our truest nature. It's who we are. It's what we're made of. And so we become more loving. Because we're less afraid. The moment we stop fearing, the next thing that's going to happen is we're going to start loving. And so the moment something that we were afraid of is over, you'll notice this in life, everybody that's watching. The moment that something you've been afraid of is over, you feel so uplifted. You just want to hug everybody. It's all good, right? Because you get past the fear and something else gets to emerge. So what if we learn to just embrace the fear, not get past it? What if we reinterpreted fear? And we can start with our physiology. When you feel what you think is fear in your body, understand in that moment, this could be signaling something different than what I think it is. It could be the activation of my true self, thinking that this is a now moment that I could come out.
Yeah.
And instead of shutting it down and getting away from it, you open, let it, come on out. Let's do this. Let's have it.
It's interesting because I could hear probably a lot of people that are listening to this conversation say like, oh, I want that. I want that level of breakthrough. I want that moment of realization. In many ways, it's the lack of the I that wants the experience where the experience becomes possible. You know, the I that wants the breakthrough, the I that wants the alignment is the barrier to the very thing. And like the surrender you're talking to is beyond the self you've been, right? And so I think of like how all the incredible remissions that happen from the physical lens, you know, there's been many cases with people that have multiple personality disorder. And one personality is allergic to oranges. The other one is left-handed.
Right.
The other one has an accent. This is all one person having different fractured parts of their mind that have correlated realities according to their personalities. And, you know, I've seen this, even my sister recently, she's got deep into meditation. I'm so happy for her. She's been suffering with eczema and allergy to nuts her whole life. And that just completely went away after a few months of meditating.
That's so fun.
Like an hour or two a day. And it's so cool what becomes available when you start to stop being in resistance, however subtle. Like we're so often living life on the surface of personality instead of the gold mine of spirit that is available to us beneath that. And to think that it may be as little as a few minutes of feeling something fully, to be able to access that and live from that place is both hysterical and frustrating.
Yeah, right.
And
it's so ironic.
Yeah.
It's all of the all. In my clinic, I was working with people that I had a couple of patients early on, the first couple of years that I was in practice, that were, one was multiple personality, and the other one was actually considered to be schizophrenic. And, you know, that one, the second one was brought in, you know, with family members and, you know, just supported in terms of us working together. And I was doing some hands-on work that is bioenergetic work where we're rearranging, sort of like acupuncture, but it's taking into account how did this energy get distorted? And it always goes back to consciousness. There's a distortion in the field that then shows up in the body. You know, that we can track these things in the field before they even show up in the person's physical experience. You can measure that there's interference in the field, and then someone steps off the curb and breaks their ankle. And so we can address the disturbance in the field and preempt, you know, these things that are showing physically. So it's fascinating when we start working with this invisible world. So in working with balancing the energy flow through these individuals, Ina was her name. She was.
Which floor?
12.
Intern?
Probably.
Who let the intern into the boardroom?
Good morning. Welcome, Vikrav. We've prepared an overview of current projects.
I've read it.
Oh, well then, should we start with Q3 targets?
Let's start with something else. How long does your monthly client report take?
We have a process. Data collection, validation, formatting, 4 to 5 days, done properly.
4 to 5 days.
It's always been 4 to 5 days. The clients are happy.
Okay. You, what's your name? Arjun. How long have you been here? 6 weeks.
He's more junior. He handles support tasks mostly.
Arjun, same report. How long would it take you? 2 hours, maybe less.
There were times that she would come in and she would not know me at all. And, you know, she was a different version of herself. This one had diabetic symptoms, and another version of her had none. And the version that had none remembered me, knew me every time. And so I could tell in an instant what we were going to be working on as she would come in. And as these things integrated, she became aware of the other, which she wasn't initially. And in such, she began to work it out, one interacting with the other, having conversations between the two. And as such, it was through meditation and deep breathing and me routing the energy and just facilitating that process for her that she was able to, bring that together and wasn't plagued by having no awareness of the other version of herself. And there were others as well, but these two versions of herself are the ones that stick out in my mind many, many years ago. But it was just a miraculous, transformative thing that she became highly functioning in the world, able to have a job and have a life experience that she wasn't able to have before, all because these different compartments that we develop as a survival strategy are now no longer necessary. And the primary thing that was happening there was a deep, slow, channeled breath that was slowing her down so much that she could come present to herself in a way that she had never been able to. She had an abusive past and had just, clamped down to survive.
Wow. Yeah, I think those cases where it becomes way more like dense or obvious and the multiple personalities is one end of the spectrum, and then we can all relate to that in our own individual ways, right?
You bet.
In a more subtle sense, perhaps, in different ways. I'm curious. So, if you had 60 seconds, this is a big question. Take time if you need. But if you have 60 seconds to whisper a message into the hearts of humanity, and everybody was listening, what would you say?
So there is nothing broken, there is nothing missing, there is nothing wrong. You are here whole and complete, and you are on a project of discovering that. And you are constantly supported and guided through this process. It is a direct through line right here that you are the unified field come into physical form, and you are here to pierce through the illusion and experience yourself as the great, deep, joyful presence that you are. You'll do so by embracing more than you reject and by accepting more than what you've denied inside of yourself. And to step forward in what is true, it won't require courage. It might feel like it in the beginning, but at the end of the day, it's just the flow of this divine continuum pouring through into your life, and let it do exactly what it is meant to do. Let yourself have the life that you're meant to have. I don't know if that was 60 seconds or not, but
it was perfect what it was.
But I would whisper.
If there was a mic that you were holding, I'd ask for you to drop it. That was beautiful. We started with puppies and we ended with bliss.
And we ended in bliss. That's it.
I guys did the same thing.
Right.
We've been going for almost 2.5 hours.
Wow.
We just drop into a portal.
Timeless.
Yeah, I feel like we could talk for days and not get tired, just because, there's a lot of different kind of conversations, and I feel grateful to be able to have many different types of conversations on this podcast. But there's certain conversations that I feel like a little or a lot more just energetic resonance with it and how deep we can go. And so thank you for being able to dance with me in that realm.
Absolutely. I'm thrilled. I'm around the world and lots of interviews and engagements and, all of that, conferences, et cetera. And being with you in this space is something that I was very much looking forward to today because of my past experience with you. And thank you for who you are to allow this to be shared. So it's my honor.
It's my honor as well. And just last couple words, we'll leave links down in the description for where people can stay connected with you, your work. I think you have a guided meditation as well. So any words on just exciting offerings, things that you have coming up, and people can stay connected with you?
Well, loving the launching of this book, Anatomy of Awakening, is all about what we're talking about. It's about how-tos, lots of practices inside of it, just bringing into consideration people from all different angles and levels of experience and states of study, different studies that bring us together in conversations like this, and keeping all that in mind. That's what the book is presenting. And I also, have in-person courses and or classes and experiences. I take people on Journey Awake excursions to sacred sites around the world, to Egypt and to India and to sacred France with the Mary Magdalene tour and all kinds of fun stuff like that. Just playing with, hey, these truths have been here forever, and boy, did we forget. And so this is how we remember, doing all these kinds of things, lots of online courses, etc. I live for the offering of information that is going to help humanity get it together and have the beautiful life experience that we're intended to be having on this planet. Regardless of our external circumstances, we're here to bring it and to transform what we see.
Oof. Well said. Well, round 2 complete. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, appreciate you. I'm excited to go hang out with the pups for a little bit.
Okay, let's go do that.
And yeah, just congrats on everything. I know it's no small endeavor to write a book where you pour yourself into it. It takes a lot of time and energy and commitment and devotion. So congratulations on that and all your offerings in the world.
Thanks much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Everybody, feel you very deeply. I appreciate you for tuning into this episode of the Know Thyself podcast. Let us know in what ways this resonated with the journey that you currently find yourself on. Until next time, be well.
जो जॉब आप सोच रहे हो वो आपको नहीं मिलेगी, जैसा रिलेशनशिप आप चाहते हो वो भी आपको नहीं मिलेगा, जितनी वेल्थ आप सोच रहे हो वो आप जनरेट नहीं कर पाओगे। सुनने में बिल्कुल अच्छी नहीं लगती ऐसी बातें, राइट? बट दिस इज द ट्रूथ।
It can be a number of things, right? Often it's a subconscious reason. So years ago, a chap came to see me back in the 80s, and every time he started to become successful in business or any venture, basically, he'd sabotage it. He'd screw it up. And he knew he was doing it, but he couldn't stop himself. And so I wouldn't do it like this now.
Right.
But back in the 80s, I was an old school hypnotist. So I hypnotized him and I said, right, go to when this happened. And he went back to when he was a child and he'd said to his mother, when I grow up, I want to be successful.
Right.
And she said to him, oh, son, you don't want to be successful. Those successful people, they have heart attacks. Now, she was a well-meaning, northern housewife, right? And she installed her limitation in him. So an authority figure at an impressionable age says success equals heart attack. Bam, it goes into his unconscious with the power of a hypnotic suggestion. Now, thing is, the unconscious is not logical. It's purposeful. And its number one purpose is survival.
Yes.
So basically, he's got a conflict going on. I want to be successful. Every time he starts to, the unconscious goes, hang on, this means heart attack. No, stop that. And sabotages it. And so, once I pulled the belief, it changed everything. And same for me, if I look back, my early dating history involved some heartbreak. And so basically a part of me wanted to fall in love, find the right person, have, romance and companionship and share my life. And another part was going, hang on, last time we did this love thing, we got hurt. So bam, I'm going to sabotage that, right? It was funny because a friend of mine, a coach, Steve Crabb, was saying, he's got this thing where he asks you about whether you are an owner or whether you've got a victim mindset.
Right.
And we were talking about being in business, and I said, yeah, I've achieved things I wanted to, but also I've been in business with people who weren't good. And, and he said, how do you feel about it? I went, well, I chose to go into business. I went in with my eyes open.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, relationships. I said, oh, I just dated the same kind of woman, and same kind, ends in the same way, and blah, blah, blah. And he went, so it's their fault. I went, well, he went, there's a common denominator here. I went, oh, it's me. So I got to change on the inside, right? So really all change comes from the inside. So if people are blocked, it'll be because there's a part of them that's stopping them, right? So, and when I say part, it's not like there are two people inside the head. You know, we go, part of me wants to go to the cinema, part of me can't be bothered. So these are ways of describing processes that go on inside us. So again, if there's we can do another technique if you want, right?
I'd love to.
Right. So is there, you don't have to tell me what it is. So the other thing is all content free these days. So is there something you want to achieve and somewhere where you feel stuck, where it's not happening for you?
Yes.
Right. So now what you need to do is if you place your hands out like this, with your palms facing up, and if you're listening or watching at home, if it's safe to do so, close your eyes. And what you need to do is get in touch with the part of you that wants to succeed and achieve, that wants to do this thing, and put it in one of your hands. That's it. And then show me, yeah, there you go. It's in your right hand. Okay, cool. Now, what I'd like you to do is really imagine what that is. Get a sense of that. Yeah, if I achieve that or get that. And it can be any number of different things. It could be relationships. It could be business. It could be any number of different things. Some people use this for weight loss or something like that, right? Now, you want to achieve something. You know what it is. It's in your right hand. Now, in your left hand, I'd like you to put the part of you that stops you, the part of you that holds you back or sabotages, right, or limits you. And it will have a positive intent. It's almost certainly protection. Yep. It's overprotecting you. Now, here's the magic. Bring your hands together so that one is sitting on top of the other. That's it, good. And we're going to ask your unconscious to figure out how both of these parts can work together. They can both fulfill their positive intent, right? Because one part wants to achieve this and the other part's going, oh, I don't know. And it's stopping you or holding you back or sabotaging. And they both have a positive intent. And when they work together, suddenly it's easy. Because you see, up until now, it's been like trying to drive down the road with your foot on the accelerator and slamming on the brake. Makes for a bumpy ride through life. But when you ask the two parts to work together, you can ease on the accelerator, ease off the accelerator, ease on the brake, ease off the brake. So you literally surf your way through life. And then when it feels like these two parts can work together, it will be like a click, or it'll be like just a feeling like it's possible. And at that moment, pull your hand and integrate it, place your hands on your chest and integrate that new super part inside you. There you go. Right? So these two aspects of you are going to work at a subconscious level together. And I'd like you to see what it'll be like to achieve your goal. See it, hear it, feel it. Free of the old limitations, the old part of you that was holding you back. There you go. That's right. That's it. Good. Yeah. What will you see? What will you hear? How good will you feel? And it's all more possible now because you've got alignment at the unconscious level rather than conflict. That's right. You're more aligned. You're more focused. Your energy, your vision about it, everything is more possible now. And then when you're ready, open your eyes and come on back.
So I can just use ChatGPT, right? Why do I have to attend your workshop?
See, that's the biggest misconception, that only ChatGPT is AI.
How's it feel?
Great. I feel like these exercises are really putting me in a very, very deep state where my energy is very lifted.
Yes.
It's very unusual. I haven't done that. I haven't had that for a long time.
Yeah, so...
Because I practice reflection a lot.
Yeah.
But there's something, I don't know. It's very different when you're doing it.
Well, I've been doing this for a long time now, so
probably why.
That might be, yeah. But
you're experienced.
I mean, yeah. So, but this technique, this is not mine. This is my dear friend, Dr. Richard Bandler, and for me, he's the smartest behavioral scientist in the world. He creates all the best psychological technology. He's the co-creator of NLP, right? Wow. Yeah. So he's changed the world.
Talk to me about NLP actually, because you talk about it a lot in the book.
So NLP stands for Neuro-Linguistic Programming. Neuro meaning brain neurology, linguistic, way of communicating, and programming, just as a computer has programs, so does a human being. We call them habits, right? About half what we do every day is a habit. We don't think, shall I brush my teeth? We just do it, or shall I tie my shoelaces? Now, there are a lot of programs that are really positive that support us. Like when we're a kid, we learn how to shake hands or open a door, and then we assume all doors work in that way. That's a generalization, right? Because otherwise you'd have to learn how to go in and out of a room every day. So the neat thing is many of the programs support us, but sometimes we have programs that don't. For example, like smoking, overeating, insomnia, anxiety, lack of confidence or phobias, right?
And so what happens is using NLP, which is, used by the vast majority of therapists in some form or other on the planet right now. They've used, most of them have got some NLP or NLP by a different name that they're using. And what we do is we use this to help somebody make a change very fast, right?
Okay.
So pre-NLP, it was ye olde therapy, where you sit down and you talk endlessly about your problems.
Right.
And, for some people, they like getting stuff off their chest. I get it. But I meet too many people who've been in therapy for like 20 years, and they can talk like a shrink and tell you all their problem. They are unexpressed rage towards my father, some sort of psychobabble, right?
Right.
And it hasn't made any difference to their behavior.
Yes.
All right. So, while sometimes it's nice to get things off your chest, just endlessly explaining it, going back over it and over your problems again, can reinforce it. So I'm an NLP practitioner, trainer. And so what I do is I teach somebody the structure of the techniques and also the way that we create our reality, right? So for example, everything you achieve comes from boiling an egg to making $1 million comes back to your neurolinguistic programming. So for example, it will be the way you speak to yourself inside your mind, or the sounds that you hear, the pictures that you make, and also your physiology. These create our state of mind and body, which determine our behaviors. The behaviors equal the results that we get. Anything you've ever achieved is from your behaviors, and you can trace it back to your state of mind and body. And so Richard Bandler described NLP as an attitude and a curiosity behind a methodology that leaves behind it a trail of techniques. So another thing, as well as, say, therapy and communication, NLP is really good for modeling somebody who's really excellent at something, be it a salesperson, a therapist, or anything, right? And what we do is, in a fraction of the time it took them to learn it, we can codify it and create it as a series of algorithms. So it means you can learn it and become really good really quick. So you also use this, say, in therapy, where somebody comes in and I'm not interested in why, I'm interested in how. So say somebody tells me, I've got fear of public speaking.
Yes.
Now, a Yoldi therapist will go, why? Why are you frightened? Why, right? Yeah, which is kind of just points, right? You want to know how they're doing it, right? How do I, because if I sat in for you for the day as someone who's scared, how do I do it? And they go, oh, well, I imagine I'm going to walk out and then I'm going to, freeze and people are going to look at me and I'm going to be judged and I'm going to be so upset. And I go, great, so we now know how you do it, right? If I had that kind of movie going on in my head, I'd be frightened to go out and speak, right? I have a different movie. I imagine walking out and connecting with people and it's wonderful, joyful experience.
Yes.
So what we do is something like this. All right, so for example, a phobia is usually a one trial learning. Get bitten by one dog, mistreated by one dentist, stuck in one elevator. And as I mentioned, the mind loves to generalize, right, as a learning principle. So it goes, hang on, these elevators or these dogs generate fight or flight response whenever we see anything that any stimuli that reminds us, right? For example, what I would do with somebody using NLP to overcome a public speaking phobia is you get them to think about the times in the past and step out of them, make them black and white and dull and dim, run the movie backwards. So you're recoding it in the brain. And then I go, well, where do you feel confident speaking? They go, with my friends. I don't worry about being judged. I can be authentic and natural. And you create that state strongly. And then you take that and you synthesize it into speaking to a big auditorium full of people you don't know, like you're speaking to friends. And what happens is you literally swap the negative state of fear for the positive state of authenticity and connection.
And you can do that instantly.
Yeah, you can do it. Most phobias now are cured in about 60 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, the majority, some are even quicker. I love NLP because it's not just a therapeutic model, it's about human evolution. That was really where Richard, particularly wanted to go with it. And it was created by modeling people who were excellent as therapists. Milton Erickson, widely regarded as the greatest hypnotherapist of the last century. Virginia Satir, the mother of family therapy. Fritz Perls, the Gestalt therapist. And Richard Bandler and a guy called John Grinder, they went and modeled these people and they found out why they were getting these astounding results from their language patterns, from the techniques they used. And they then put together their creation, being neurolinguistic programming, which was used not just as by therapists, but also by any professional communicator. Tony Blair, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama are all great NLP.
Wow.
So it's a technology, a psychological technology that's now used all around the world. It's only about 50 years old, maybe a little more than that. Yeah.
So you talk a lot about that in relation to power manifesting.
Mm-hmm.
But what I see from a lot of people who come to my workshops is they say, I'm not good enough. Almost every single person, the root of why they're not doing something is they don't feel good enough. And I feel that sometimes. Can you hypnotize me, or can you use NLP to change that for me?
100%. Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. There's a whole, I say there's a bunch of things that most people will subscribe to. Not being good enough is there, and there'll be like abandonment will be another one that pops up regularly. So there's a bunch of things that you find very often. Not being good enough is absolutely something that a lot of people experience. They also experience it as imposter syndrome.
Yes.
Which is again really common these days. That's usually because someone gets promoted, or they close a deal, or they do something, and they suddenly go, oh my God, I don't know how I did that, because they've stepped outside the boundaries of what they thought they deserved, what they thought was possible.
Right.
And then the part of them that checks in with them and goes, well, hang on, where are we here? Goes, you're going to get found out. That sort of thing.
Exactly.
And so they go, I don't feel good enough. So this is what I would suggest, right? So in a sense, imposter syndrome, not feeling good enough, is a habit. Just as confidence is a habit as well, right? Now, some people, they don't feel confident, as I mentioned, speaking in public or, doing a presentation or something. But you ask them, where do you feel confident? Now, it doesn't have to be, saving the world or anything. It can be walking around a supermarket. You don't think, oh, shall I have the cornflakes? You just go, cornflakes, chicken. Or you put all the bits in and you don't think about it because you're confident, right? So here's a process that works real quick for getting you over that state of a lack of self-worth, not feeling good enough. And again, it's a visualization process. So, if people listening or watching want to do this, if it's safe to do so, if you close your eyes for a moment, right? And imagine a cinema screen in front of you. And on that screen, watch a movie, best you can. Some people say, I don't know if I'm good at visualizing. You don't have to be great at it. You just think of a you that's operating at your true potential or close to it. A you that's, look at the expression on your face, the light behind your eyes, your posture. A you that's confident, a you that's without self-doubt, but full of self-belief. A you that's really self-assured, a you that's powerful, a you that's feeling good and exudes happiness. Look at your posture, look at the way that you gesture and connect with other people. Hear the sound of your voice, strong and positive. And get a very strong sense of it. Keep enjoying looking at that movie of a you that's full of confidence, optimism, joy, and self-belief. And then float over and into the screen and step in to this optimized you. See through the eyes of your full potential self. That's right. How does the world look from this perspective? Hear your internal dialogue, strong and powerful, saying something positive like, all is well. I feel great. And then feel how good this feels. And notice where you feel this really good feeling, strongest of all. And give that feeling a color, any color you like, and move that color up through your neck into your head. So it's all around your head and inside your head, and then down through your shoulders into your arms and hands and fingers. That's right. Move that color down through your chest into your legs, and then double the brightness, and double it again, until you're glowing with this feeling of confidence, optimism, joy. That's right. Self-belief. And then surrounded by this great feeling, this beautiful aura, this color of feeling successful and happy and joyous, take this with you into your home life and imagine feeling this good at home. That's right. What do you see here and how good do you feel? Take it with you into your work life. That's it. What do you see, hear, and feel when you're feeling this amazing? And then take it with you, say, into dealing with challenging situations or people that are difficult. So you're saying to the unconscious, I want to feel this good when I'm in these various environments. And the unconscious will then generalize and go, oh, I see, you want to feel more like this more of the time. Sure, I'll make it so. And when you're ready, come on back out.
Amazing.
So how are you feeling right now?
Fabulous.
Right. So when you're doing that, your aura, your energy, everything changes, right? You're suddenly like empowered. You look different right now to how you did a few
Really?
moments ago. Sure. Yeah. You've got like it's brighter, right? And so if you did this every day, right?
Right.
Because, you know, athletes do this. They basically do a thing called mental rehearsal.
Yes.
They imagine running the race, winning the tournament over and over again. They're literally training their mind and body for success. And so if you did this like an athlete, you did this, you took, you know, a few minutes a day, every day for a week, you're going to be so different. Everything's going to be different. Yeah, absolutely. You'll be changing everything around you, you know, in a positive way, because you'll show up in this powerful neurophysiological state that drives your behaviors. So you'll be more resilient. You know, when a challenge comes, rather than, oh my God, you'll be like, okay, how are we going to handle this? You know?
Right. You know, I was thinking about, because I just saw the podcast on about visualization. She talks a lot about mental fitness. What is the difference between power manifesting, visualization, mental fitness, and wishful thinking?
Right. So wishful thinking is at the bottom of the list because it's got no strategy. So it has no power. All the others are in the same family. But the power manifesting, remember, is based on, it's not just imagining winning, right? That's three-dimensional. It's imagining winning and putting it in space-time. So, for example, the neurocoding, as I mentioned, for the timeline, you know, for the future for me is seeing, you know, the weeks and months stretching out this way. So what I do is I imagine a super success, say a year from now, and then I imagine the steps before it. So my mind and body has got a route to achieving it. The other places I'll imagine it is, say, for example, it's manifesting money. I'll think, you know, how much do I presently have in the bank? And how do I imagine money coming in? Now, people, you know, some people have a block, some people have like a number, some people have it, you know, multiple accounts or things like this. But then I see an action like that take place. Some people see like an energy or a color or something like that. There is no right or wrong way to do this. Whatever you're doing, do more of it, right? So just imagine more coming in and more coming in. You see the number, you know, going higher and higher. So you're taking something you know to be true, something you want to be true, and you're putting them in the same place in your brain, in your mind. So the neurocoding says, well, that's what I want to have what I want to have happen. You know, Elon Musk said, if you can't imagine millions in your imagination, you won't be able to see them in your bank account, right?
Right.
So you've got to be able to imagine it first. And when you imagine it in this specific way, you know, something I know is going to happen, like I know next year will be there, and I see myself successful and work out the steps backwards. That is a step up from traditional creative visualization, you know, success visualization, etc., which is all good, by the way. I'm not opposed to it.
Yes.
I've just got a slightly more fancy way of doing it, but I didn't come about it entirely by accident. You know, it took years of doing lots of NLP with people, and also working with people and finding out what works and what doesn't. And, you know, the thing is, again, coming back to a simple principle here. I mentioned earlier, you get more of what you focus on.
Yes.
So all of this sort of stuff is good, seeing what it is you want, hearing it, feeling it. Because a lot of people think about what they don't want way too much, right? They'll say to me, oh, I don't want to be overweight, I don't want to be single, I don't want to be shy. And they put all their energy into that, so it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
Sure, know what you don't want, so you can head away from it, but head towards what you do want.
But what if those steps overwhelm me? So let's say my goal is to manifest $1 million next year.
Right.
And as I'm thinking about it, I know where I want to go. I know how I'm going to do it. And now I'm starting to think back to the steps. So if I want to manifest $1 million by 2026, I need to start thinking about the steps in, let's say, November, October, September. Okay. But those steps overwhelm me.
Right.
Now I'm feeling nervous. Now I'm feeling scared.
Okay. Right. So the moment you're overwhelmed, it's too big, right? So it's all right. So what you do is you break it into smaller chunks.
Okay.
Right. So, for example, when Richard Bandler went to work with the American military to help them with their shooting, right? So they'd give people a gun and they'd say, shoot the target, and some could hit it and some couldn't. And he went, nah, stop. Bring the target real close. Shoot from there. I've got the hang of it. Then move the target slightly further away. I can hit that. Further away. And of course, eventually, everyone becomes better at shooting, right?
Okay.
Now, the thing is, anything is achievable if you break it down into small enough chunks. There was a crazy Frenchman a few years ago who ate an aeroplane because he filed it down into tiny little bits and he ate a bit each day. I know it's nuts, isn't it, right? But, you know, I'm just using a metaphor to make a point, right? So what you've done is you put yourself under too much pressure. 1 million in a year, right? Now, if we just do this, right? So if you move the 1 million out to, so we're just going to play with it, move it out to 2 years.
Okay.
Right? Or even 3, right? Now, when you step back, say in chunks, you come back 6 months, you're 3 years in the future, you've made $1 million, right? And you come back 6 months, then you come back another 6 months, so it's 2 years in the future, then another 6 months, then another 6 months, then another 6 months, another 6 months, and you're back to now.
Yes.
Right? It's less overwhelming, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, so we stretch it out. Let's see if we can push it into 2 years. Again, it's 2 years in the future.
Yeah.
You made $1 million, come back 6 months, another 6 months, so it's a year, then 6 months, then 6 months. Does it feel more achievable?
Yes.
Yeah. So all it was, and by the way, this is not uncommon. People go, you know, this is like, right, I'm going to lose 50 pounds, right? And right, I'm going to join a gym, and I'm going to, and literally, it's just too big a goal without the steps on the way. And you know, people expect to have an unrealistic expectation. I've got to lose it in 6 months, right? And which is, you know, is possible. But suddenly, if you turn it into a year, it's so one of the things I find why people fail at goals is it's a too bigger expectation in too short a time. Yes. But then if you give yourself more time and you break it into small steps, you know, as a friend of mine is an actor, he had to learn a 3-hour play, right? And he said to me, I don't know how I'm going to learn this. It was Beckett, right? And I said, well, you're trying to learn all 3 hours in one go. I need you to break it into each scene, like break it into, you know, 25 scenes or whatever it is, right? He went, oh, and we're just going to learn one bit at a time. And he went, yeah, but I mean, what if I can't remember the lines? I went, well, just what's the story? Oh, the king comes from a faraway land and something. I went, there you go, right. Yeah. So what are the words that describe? Oh, right, I can. So suddenly, when you break things into small enough chunks, they're much more manageable.
And do you believe that anyone can manifest money?
Oh God, yeah. I mean, you know, what happened was I wrote a book. One of the best-selling self-help book of all time is Think and Grow Rich, by Napoleon Hill. That's right. And it's a really interesting story. You know, he basically was commissioned by a guy called Andrew Carnegie, who was this amazing self-made, you know, fabulously wealthy industrialist, be a multi-billionaire by today's standards. This is about 80, 90 years ago. To go and study his rich colleagues and friends, and find out what they had in common. And basically, Think and Grow Rich is a subconscious reprogramming system, right? So you're. Now, the only thing is, what I find interesting is people who come into lots of money suddenly through inheritance or a lottery win, about 70% of them have got rid of it all within a few years, right? Because they haven't become rich on the inside.
Right.
And I remember looking at Think and Grow Rich, I thought, great book, but I said, you know, I think I might be able to write something better, more up to date. So I decided I was going to write a book on being rich, and I wanted to meet, you know, billionaires who I could model, who I could study. And it was the weirdest thing. As soon as I committed to this, like a few days later, I'm sitting at this dinner party opposite Anita Roddick, you know, the Body Shop founder, self-made billionaire. And I'd always wanted to meet her. I said, oh, Anita, you know, I'm chatting away. I said, I'm doing this thing where she went, I'll do it. I said, I haven't even told you yet. She goes, I don't know. I just got this feeling, whatever it is, fantastic. Wow. So I modeled Anita Roddick. I get a call from Richard Branson, who said, I'd like you to do this event for me. I said, yeah, certainly. And he said, well, what are you going to charge me? I said, well, nothing if I can do two things, right? I want to model you. I want to ask you questions about how you come up with a business idea, how you, you know, execute, etc. We went, yeah, you can do that. I said, and look, I'm writing a book on this. Would you be prepared to write the foreword? He said, well, if I like it, I will. And he did, right? Wow. And I came into, and actually one of the people I modeled was Sir David Barclay, again, a self-made billionaire. He's no longer with us. And he said to me a really interesting thing. He goes, on this journey, Paul, you're going to meet people who are wealthy, but they're not rich. And I said, what do you mean by that? He goes, oh, they're constantly running from poverty, right? They never get to enjoy it. You know, it's a great saying by Bob Marley. He said, some people are so poor, all they have is money, right? So I decided I wanted really to model people that I thought were, I didn't want to create more miserable millionaires,
Yes.
but people who were truly rich, sure, wealthy, but rich in every sense. So I got all the transcripts of all the people I'd modeled. I laid them out. I was staying in a hotel in LA at the time, so I hadn't quite moved there. So I mean, the suite is covered in bits of paper. And I'm looking at it all for weeks and putting it together. And then suddenly I go, I've got the patterns. I found it, right? It's like a code. It's like, and suddenly, so I condensed the patterns down, and myself and my friend Michael Neal, we together worked on this and pulled it together and made it into a system, which is in my book, I Can Make You Rich. It's my favorite of all the books, actually. I did the system myself, and it was an extraordinary jump in what I suddenly was able to make, financially. But my life became richer in other ways. And we did it on a group of, I think it was 12 people, that's right. Now, every one of them made more money, right? But one of them went from being quite a modest earner in just over a year to being a millionaire.
Wow.
Right? 'Cause he had all these resources and assets that he didn't realize because he wasn't thinking rich. See, I don't think of poor people and rich people. I think of poor thinkers and rich thinkers, right?
Right.
Poor thinkers are, they're in lack, they're surviving, right?
Yes.
And it's not a nice place to be. Whereas rich thinkers think in terms of possibility. And years ago, I was a poor thinker.
Yes.
And I would. A bill would come through. How am I going to pay it? And I never thought in terms of possibility till I started reading self-help books, and I basically had a shift in my thinking and my behavior and all sorts of stuff. And at that point, I suddenly started thinking in terms of possibility.
Hi, everybody. So, do you know that your success is achieved through behavior, but legacy is created through identity? That is what I keep on telling you, that success, beyond success, we all are looking for something which is not success. No matter how much success we achieve, still we are looking for something. Now, what is that? So today we created something called identity belief changer. So from I must do more to I lead from flow. So take a comfortable breath. When you are ready, allow your eyes to close. There is nothing to achieve in this moment, only something to discover. Now notice, without trying to change anything, what belief have you been carrying about yourself? Perhaps it sounds like, I'm not doing enough, or I should be further ahead, or I haven't contributed enough. Whatever your belief is, simply notice it. without judging it. That belief has served a purpose. And now ask yourself, what has this belief been asking me to protect? Allow whatever comes to come to your mind. Now imagine placing that old belief on a leaf floating down a gentle river. You don't need to throw it away. Simply allow it to continue its journey. Now notice a different possibility. Not every season is the same. Not every day is the same. Nature doesn't bloom every day. It grows in cycles. So perhaps a new belief begins to emerge. Not all days are the same. Allow those words to settle. Not all days, every days are the same. And perhaps another belief naturally follows. I am doing exactly what I can in this moment. There is no struggle in those words, only honesty. Pause. And now, one more belief. I am in the flow of my purpose. Not forcing, not chasing, not comparing, simply flowing. Take a deep breath. Allow these beliefs to settle naturally. Now notice what kind of person lives from those beliefs. Who are they? How do they work? How do they lead? How do they make decisions? How do they influence others? Allow one word to emerge. Perhaps flow. Perhaps something else. Whatever comes is perfect. Now, silently repeat after me. Not all days are the same. I am doing exactly what I can in this moment. I am in the flow of my purpose. And now, allow your new identity to become clear. Repeat silently, I am flow. Again, I am flow. One more time. I am flow. Notice what changes inside. Notice your body. Notice the space that has opened. And ask yourself, now that I know what I know, what difference does it make? Allow your answer to arise. There is nothing to force. Simply notice. When you are ready, bring your awareness back to the room. Take a comfortable breath. Gently open your eyes and simply notice what is happening inside. Now, if you are a mid-career professional who is feeling stuck inside, And if you are interested in my signature transformation framework of significance to build a legacy, then these are the context. Mindset is something that we work on naturally. Everyone teaches habits, so we have been working on our habits. Everyone teaches goals, so we write down our goals, which keeps on changing every day. We can, of course, have our identity infusion, which also evolves with change of time. I used to be a very logical person, a project manager. Those are my identity. Can you believe that? I don't believe anymore because last year I kind of discovered that as Poppy Jappy June. And that is my natural state. I am naturally very happy, very easygoing, which doesn't mean that I do not take responsibility. I do not do hard work or something, but I'm easy, okay, about anything, everything that comes to life. What else can you do? When life happens, you have the two choices to make. One of the two choices to make. You become very distressed, or you can become okay. And also, you can become, you can take the lesson and move forward. Because in any case, there is difficulty happening. So why not experiment and take something which comes our way, and the outcome doesn't matter, because in any case, nothing is happening as per our choice. So why identity? Because success is achieved through behavior, legacy is created through identity. So your model would be the IBPL model, which is identity, belief, behavior, legacy. Every legacy begins with an identity. People rarely outperform the identity they hold about themselves. If I believe I am ordinary, my action will remain ordinary. If I believe I must constantly prove myself, I'll spend my life chasing achievements. If I believe I'm a legacy builder, my decisions begin to serve something much more than myself. The transformation follows 4 natural stages. So I believe myself as a legacy builder. So I continue to serve a whole lot of people beyond myself. What does that mean? I serve 1 million people at least, which will be part of my community. And the 4 stages of transformation will be identity. First, ask yourself, who do I believe I am? So I'm a legacy builder. That is what I'm saying. Perhaps today your identity sounds like I'm not enough. I'm behind. Inside me, maybe I'm saying that I must work harder. I have to prove my worth. Simply notice there is nothing to do, only something to become aware of. The next is belief. Every identity creates beliefs. Ask yourself what beliefs naturally arise from the identity. Perhaps I'm not doing enough. I'll never catch up. I have to struggle. I have to do everything myself. Notice how these beliefs influence your decisions. Now, gently ask, what belief would better serve the person I am becoming? Perhaps not every season is the same. Growth has its own rhythm. I am doing exactly what I can in this moment. I trust the timing of my journey. I am in the flow of my purpose. Pause after each belief. So, this is for myself. You can create your own and repeat those beliefs to yourself. And also, every day you can recite these beliefs to yourself like affirmations. Allow your unconscious to decide which one belong. Isn't that interesting? Your subconscious is listening to your commands, and with whatever feelings you are saying, the subconscious will choose accordingly. That's great discovery, don't you think? Now, after belief, it is time for behavior. Now, imagine living from these new beliefs. How do you begin your day? How do you make decisions? How do you lead? How do you respond when challenges arise? How do you treat people? What conversations do you now have? Notice that behavior changes naturally. There is no forcing. Behavior follows belief. Belief follows identity. Now, legacy. Now imagine 10 years have passed. People describe your contribution. What are they saying? Who has grown because of you? What systems continue because you built them? What movement now exists because you chose to begin? What future became possible because you believed it could? Take a pause and allow one sentence to emerge. My legacy is dash. Whatever comes, trust it. So for me, let me close my eyes and tell myself, what is my legacy? It is making the world a calmer, cooler, cleaner, greener, and richer globe. The most I resonate is an immediate thing that emerge is repurposing. I repurpose plastic my own small way, and I repurpose clothes, old clothes. Let me see if I can take that to the next level. And that is what I'm telling my subconscious. Let me see if my subconscious picks that up. Now I am installing my identity. Take a slow breath. Repeat silently after me. Not every day is the same. I honor my own rhythm. I am doing exactly what I can in this moment. I trust the unfolding of my purpose. I create value wherever I go because it is all about value, which is making this huge revenue model possible. I build leaders. I create movements. I leave places better than I found them. And now, repeat 3 times. I'm a legacy builder. Again, I'm a legacy builder. One more time. I'm a legacy builder. Notice what changes inside. Notice how your future begins to feel different. I'm building legacy not only for myself, but for 1 million people. Your legacy has not begun because of what you will do. It has begun because of who you have chosen to become. Welcome to your new identity. This is where I think your work can become world class. You already have 3 powerful ideas: breakthrough pathways for resourceful influencing, future leaders alliance, legacy builders. The IBBL model becomes the psychological engine that connects them. Imagine your complete transformation journey. Level 1 will be discover who am I, identity assessment, AI legacy readiness index. Level 2 will be awaken who am I becoming, the IBBL method, which is identity transformation. Belief rewiring. Level 3 would be build what am I creating, legacy project, green leadership initiative, future leaders circle. Level 4 will be influence, who grows because of me. Mentoring, successful influencing, community leadership. And level 5 is legacy, what continues after institution, movement, foundation, enduring systems. This progression is unique because it moves people beyond self-improvement and leads them to become architects of lasting contribution. The very transition from a professional to a legacy builder, that is at the heart of my vision. How do you like that? Okay. Now, let us go to Paul McKenna and see what he has to say.
Yes, right. We're going to use a technique which is a psychosensory technique, right? And psychosensory, there's about 4 major techniques. There's one where you tap on the acupuncture points, which is great. It's called TFT. It was created by my friend, now late Roger Callahan, a brilliant psychologist and wonderful man, actually. There's another where you look up, you move your eyes back and forth to desensitize, unpleasant memories and things like that. And it works okay. I don't use that because I don't find it as powerful as the one where you touch basically touch of here, palms of your hands. When you touch here like this, you stroke the side of your arms. What happens is you create a delta wave. And we use this technique a lot in curing PTSD and trauma and stuff like that. It was created by, again, a brilliant American scientist, dear friend of mine, Dr. Ronald Rudin. He found that the touch of specific parts of the body creates a delta wave. So when you go through a trauma, 100 hertz wave travels from the thalamus and it phosphorylates what's called the AMPA receptor. So it creates a biological change in the brain. But when you recall the memory and you stroke the side of your arms like this, like that, you go from, that's it, you stroke the side of them. It feels comforting because when you were a child, your mother held you in her arms and she rocks you. So you're hardwired to create this delta. And what it does is it dephosphorylates the AMPA receptors, creates a biological change in the brain. It's deceptively simple. So let me do a technique with you now.
Yes,
okay?
Let's do
now,
it.
what we're going to do is we're going to, first of all, we're going to go and locate like the fear of losing it all, right?
Okay.
Which is a lot of people have
Yes.
this, right? And we're going to haven it, as in a safe haven. And we're going to do this until it's gone, right? And you
Okay.
just go, I'm not frightened anymore. Then we're going to go to the opposite end of the spectrum, to avarice, right? And, you know, one of the things that people say to me, they go, doesn't it say in the Bible that money is the root of all evil? I said, no, it doesn't. It says the love of money. So treating money like a commodity. Oh, I've got to have some. Avarice, greed, all that sort of stuff. Again, a lot of people have. We're going to try and get feelings like that. And we're going to knock those flat. So you will then sit in what I call the money zone.
Okay.
Right? So you won't be frightened of losing it all, but at the same time, you won't have this, oh, got to have either. So you'll just be in this sort of, you'll have the freedom of indifference about it, right?
Okay.
So if you close your eyes and you put your left hand on your right shoulder, your right hand on your left shoulder, just stroke the side of your arms. And I'd like you to imagine, first of all, it's going to be a little uncomfortable, this first one. Imagine you've lost it all. Imagine, yeah, that's it. You've lost it all, everything, all of it. Maybe you're on the street, you know, make it as scary as you possibly can, right? Ooh, that's it. Collect up all that feeling of oh, my God, of poverty, of loss. Yeah, that's it. Collect it all up as you're stroking the side of your arms, and then clear your mind. Clear your mind. And as you're stroking the side of your arms, imagine that we're walking on a beach. And with me, count out loud with each footstep you take in the sand from 1 to 20, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Keep stroking the side of your arms. And I'd like you to remember any happy time, like you're back there again now. Return to it again and see what you saw, hear what you heard, and feel how good you felt. Make the colors rich and bright and bold, the sounds loud and the feelings strong. And once again, when you get a good feeling, give it that color, move that color up to the top of your head, down through your shoulders into your arms, hands and fingers, down to your legs, and double the brightness and double it again. That's right. That's good. That's it. There you go. And then notice when you think about losing it all, what's the difference? It's not scary. No, it's right. Now, let's go to the other end of the spectrum. Imagine you've got all the money in the world. That's right. And you love it all, coming in, all this money. And, you know, you've got a leaf blower to blow 50-pound notes down the corridor of your house, you know. That's right. You've got money. You've got a bar full of money, money on the wall, wallpapered money. Right. Try and get as much kind of lust for money going as you can. And then clear your mind. Clear your mind. And once again, we're walking on a beach. With each footstep that you take in the sand, let's count out loud from 1 to 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then go back to that happy time. Return to it, see what you saw, hear what you heard, feel the good feelings, be surrounded by the happy color. Ooh, that's nice. Then when you're ready, stop and open your eyes and come on back out. Now, when you think about losing it all, where's the fear? Not really there, right? And you think about acquiring loads of money. Yeah, it's a nice idea, but you're not. Yeah. So basically, we've moved away from any desperation, any kind of, overwhelming fear and any, sort of desperate lust. And so you sit emotionally in a better place. I would argue that you're, if you like, oscillating on a different frequency now in relation to money, right?
How can we change our frequency? So everything is energy and we are all running on a different frequency. But if we're constantly surrounded by negative people, how do I change my own frequency?
The technique we did earlier.
Yes.
Imagine that you.
Yes.
That's a big frequency changer. You know, there's another technique I've got that again, I think you might enjoy this. There's 2 university professors who I know who've researched luck. A guy called Richard Wiseman, he's a British scientist, he's brilliant. And he basically did all these experiments, right? Where one of them I think is particularly fascinating, where he gets the people who think they're lucky and the people who think they're unlucky. And by the way, if you think you're lucky, you are statistically way more lucky, right?
100%.
Right? Than if you believe you're unlucky. And so he gets them into two groups and he gives them the newspaper. He says, count the number of pictures that are in the newspaper. So all the lucky people see a big ad, on page 3 that says, there are 42 pictures in this newspaper, claim your £100, right?
Right.
The unlucky people all miss that, right? So when you're in a lucky place, your perceptual filters, right, what you sort for will be different than if you're unlucky, if you think you're unlucky. Dean Radin is the other professor who he actually researched luck when he was at Nevada University, because casinos couldn't understand why some people are luckier and unluckier than others. And again, a lot of it comes down to what you believe.
Okay.
And again, some of that is formed in those early years of your life, either because you go through some adversity and you get through it and you go, God, I'm so lucky. Or you're just constantly told you're really lucky, so it goes into the subconscious. I got this technique I was watching years ago. It was an interview with Keith Richard. And he was being interviewed, it's like back in the 60s or 70s. And he's sitting there, like Keith Richards' word, he's got he's got a cigarette going on. And they said, the interviewer said, there's a list of people in rock and roll who are most likely to die. And he goes, oh yeah, he goes, am I on it? They went, actually, you're top of it. And he goes, well, I'll let you know how I get on. He goes, my luck hasn't run out yet. And I thought, luck, like it's an energy, like it's a state, right? So again, this is a technique we can do. And if you practice this every day, your luck will increase, right?
Okay.
It cannot not, right? And when I did this with myself and when I developed this years ago, with a group of people, now everybody's luck changed. Some people went through some uncomfortable changes because, like for me, as I mentioned, there were people around me and I suddenly went, oh my God, this is bad. But I look back, it was a lucky change for me because I got rid of them and, had better people around me. So when I say luck changes, it doesn't mean you suddenly go out and win the lottery, right?
Okay.
But things get better. So once again, if it's safe to do so, if you're listening or watching, close your eyes. And I need you to remember a time where you either felt lucky or you felt like everything was going your way. It was just one of those times where it was all just going your way and it felt good, right? And return to it like you're back there again now. See what you saw, hear what you heard, and just feel how good that lucky feeling is. And notice where it's strongest in your body. Like some people get it like a tingle, or, they just got, this excitement inside their mind. Keep going through the memory, put it on a loop. Seeing what you saw, hearing what you heard, and feeling how good you felt. Like the colors rich and bright and bold, and the sounds, the feelings. Yeah, that's really great. Give those feelings a color. The lucky feelings, give them a color, and move that color all the way up through the top of your head. That's it. Down through your shoulders, into your arms and hands and fingers once again, down through your chest, into your stomach and legs, all the way to the tips of your toes, and double the brightness. So if your luck was, say, at like 20, 30%, take it up to 40%. Keep going through that memory. That's right. Make that glow even bigger. Take it to 50%. That's right. Take it to 60%. Actually, increase the glow of this lucky feeling. That's right. Keep going through that memory. Take it to 60, 70, 80%. That's right. Take it right up. Take it to 90%. Take it to 100%. Keep that glow going. That's right. Keep that amazing feeling, that amazing memory going. That's right. Take it to 110%, 120%, 130%, and then 1,000,000,000, billion, trillion %. Woo! And then, when you're ready, come on out.
I've just been hypnotized this whole podcast, which is wonderful.
Yes.
I'm going to walk out making so much money, so lucky. Amazing.
How do you feel right now?
I feel really energetic.
Yeah.
I feel very high.
Yeah. Yeah. So
You definitely have
right
hypnotized.
now, if you did that every day, your luck would, I'm sure you're already a lucky person. You strike me.
I
as that.
100% think I'm
Yeah.
the luckiest person ever.
Yeah. So again, this just enhances it.
Right.
I remember a few years ago, I was standing in the immigration line at LAX airport, and having just landed, and I turned like this, and this guy behind me goes, "It's you." What do you kind of say to that? I went, "Yeah, it's me." And he went, "No, you don't understand." He said, "I'm a poker player, right?" And I went, "Yeah." And he goes, "And I've sort of lost my luck." And I thought, if I just got to meet you, and I thought you could help me. I went, I'm looking at the line, I think, probably 10, 15 minutes to go. I went, so I said, were you lucky in the past? He went, yeah. So I did the process, return to it now, Anyway.
Do this in the line at LAX.
I was standing there and he was going, yeah. And then I went, and I created what we call in NLP an anchor. I said, yeah. And I went, of all the billions of people on this planet, you must be lucky because you found me. Bam! And anchored it. And I went, my God, I feel completely different, right? And so, a friend of mine, Dr. Stephen Simpson, he works with poker players and golfers, and he's a therapist, but he works with the two highest earning online poker players in the world. One's a man, one's a woman, and they have 10x'd their winnings by using his techniques. And, part of it is with poker, it's a mindset, as much as anything. But again,
isn't that just a bit crazy to be like, I've just given it to you? There's going to be a lot of skeptics watching this.
Well, it isn't just given. You have to, he worked with them over a period of time.
Right, okay.
Yeah, to get them into because again, I'm not an expert in poker, but people chase their losses. They do all these sort of stuff. And a lot of it comes down to controlling your state of mind and body. When you're in this state, you just make smarter decisions and a whole load of different things. But Stevens, he's a medical doctor. He comes from a conventional scientific world. He got interested in hypnotherapy and NLP and havening and he's written a lot about this sort of stuff. So what the point I'm trying to make is that basically I would understand people being skeptical. I'm a skeptical person. I just want to blindly believe anything.
Yeah.
But I always say, try it out, see what the results are.
Okay. If you want to be lucky, there's one affirmation that I say every day that has totally changed my luck. And it's, I am so lucky and good things always happen to me.
Yes.
So show me how I'm lucky today.
Oh, wow.
And it is phenomenal. Every single day I will notice something that when someone says to me, oh, you're a lucky person, I say, I'm a very lucky person.
Yeah.
Because I believe that I am.
Yeah.
Because I rewired my brain to believe that I am lucky with that affirmation.
I love what you do on the end of that, is you go, show me, right? So basically you're asking the reticular activating system to sort for it.
Exactly.
And a friend of mine, again, he's a very lucky guy, and he does a similar sort of affirmation. I'm so lucky, life does great things for me, and it's along those lines. I can't remember the exact words. And he shared this with me recently. So we were talking about, we were both saying we feel really blessed, and he said, I do this every day. I said, really? I didn't think you were into that sort of thing. He goes, big time. The other thing as well that I find really helps is a gratitude list. And so if I go walk in nature, right, in the park or something, so you've got all that beautiful positive overwhelm. And then I just think about the things that I feel most grateful for. Like, first of all, my health, my family, friends, where I live in the world, the job I get to do, big things like that, small things like that first cup of tea in the morning, whatever. And the neat thing is when you, in the same way that you're doing with this luck affirmation, you're basically affirming abundance, right?
You are.
Yeah. So when you do that, because you get more what you focus on, you're saying to the unconscious mind, look how much I have. I'm so grateful for it. And then it gets you more of that, right? So I think it's a terrific affirmation to be doing.
Thank you. Well, I always tell people, try that one affirmation, your life will change.
Yes.
And then let me know. With all the clients that you've coached and helped,
what's
the craziest thing that someone's manifested?
Do you know, I think the chap that went from being humble to a millionaire just over a year was pretty much out there. I mean, he just suddenly realized he had this resource or set of resources, and he started charging way more and way more and more. But then, see, when I think about people that I've helped, the probably the most astounding case for me is a guy called Ray Mash, right? He worked on a construction site, and he had an accident where he got hit on the head, and he suddenly couldn't see. Now, at the time, when they looked at him, there was no neurological damage, but he'd been through a trauma. And there is this incredibly rare, this disorder. It's called hysterical blindness. So the person is genuinely blind, they can't see anything, but there's no neurological reason for it. It's really, really rare. He wrote to me, and I thought, oh my God, I mean, as a therapist, this is an incredibly rare opportunity to treat something that is so unusual. And I had no idea if I could, what I could do, but I'm, sleeves up, prepared to get stuck in, right? Anyway, he has, dark glasses and a walking stick, because he's had to adjust his light sensitivity and also has the identity of a blind person, right?
Right.
So, and this took months. I mean, like nearly a year, I think it was. And we had to start in a darkened room, and the room got lighter and lighter. And, you know, I'm trying to get over the trauma, but to rebuild the ability to see. And one day, in this darkened room, his wife is there. We shine a torch on his wife's face. For the first time in 8 years, he can see his wife's face, right? I mean, it was like goosebumps. Wow, you know. His sight began to come back a bit more and more. He didn't get it fully back,
Right.
but he could see his wife's face, his grandchildren's face. You know, I spoke to him a while ago, and he'd driven a car, not on the road, but, you know, this is in the category of incurable, right? So for me, that's kind of, if I had to choose one sort of mind-blowing case, because everybody else had done what they could, but they couldn't treat him successfully.
Amazing.
And that for me was, that will always remain as the one where, okay.
You're like, how did I do that?
How did I do it?
Amazing.
Yeah.
And what's your favorite quote that you live by?
I love Be the Change You Want to See in the World from Gandhi. The Dalai Lama, kindness is my religion.
Yeah.
You know, I live by that too. You know, when people ask me, have you got one piece of advice to give people? I say, you get more of what you focus on. Right.
Yes.
So, you know, you can look at your life where it is right now, and if there's something you don't like, you're putting energy into that. Sure, you need to know what you don't want, but you've got to put energy and thinking and time into what you do want. So that for me is the smallest thing that makes the biggest difference.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you for hypnotizing me multiple times. Thank you for all these exercises. I'm going to clip those and listen to it every day, and then I'll message you in a year's time.
Please
and
do.
we'll see where I am.
Okay, thank you so much. It's lovely to meet you. Lovely to be on this podcast.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
भारत के स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में 7,500 से भी ज्यादा लिस्टेड कंपनियां हैं, जिन्हें अपने बोर्ड के कम से कम 1/3 डायरेक्टर्स इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर अपॉइंट कर
Compassion is not something you do for other people. That's a great side effect. Compassion is something you do for yourself. It changes the way you function and show up in the world. So,
the best-selling author and host,
the #1 health and wellness podcast,
On Purpose with Jay Shetty.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the #1 health podcast in the world. Thanks to each and every one of you that come back every week to listen, learn, and grow. And you know that I love introducing you to thinkers, leaders, people who can inspire you to change your daily habits and make shifts, small shifts that make big differences in your daily lives. Now, today I'm talking to a guest who's already been on the podcast before. He's a favorite here. I know you enjoy listening to him. And some of the videos that we've done together when I've been speaking on his platform and he's been here have gone absolutely viral. So I know you're excited for this one. I'm talking about the one and only Vishen Lakhiani. Now, Vishen created Mindvalley, one of the world's most powerful life transformation platforms that now has a following of 20 million people across 195 countries. And today we're talking about his brand new book called The 6-Phase Meditation Method. And for those of you who want to know how much I love and endorse this book and this human, I have a testimonial right on the back of the book. This book is a practice. It's not just a book that you'll read. It's not just a book that will sit on your shelf. It's a book that you'll actually implement that will shift the way you think about meditation and the way you think. Welcome to the podcast, Vishen Lakhiani. Vishen.
Thank you, Jay.
Thanks
Such
for being
an honor
here,
to be
man.
back here. I love the new podcast setup. I love your new place. This is amazing.
Well,
I love seeing you grow and grow and grow.
Oh, well, it's such an honor because I've had so much fun with you at multiple Mindvalley events, whether we were in Italy, Sardinia, whether we were in LA, where we did so many events together. I mean, I think the community that you've cultivated at Mindvalley is so special.
Yeah.
And the people there are so special. And whenever I'm there, I feel so much love. I feel so much genuine sincerity to grow. And my community here loves you too On Purpose.
And can I appreciate you for one thing? And many people don't know this about you, and maybe you don't know this about you as well. But when I first met you in 2018 in Sardinia, you were speaking at one of my events. I was not on Instagram. I was not on social media at all. I felt I was too old. I didn't know, I felt imposter syndrome. I felt I don't know anything. I felt I'm too old. And you were the person who convinced me to get on Instagram.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that. But before then, I used Instagram just to share. I used Instagram as a gratitude wall. I would share pictures of things I was grateful for, never for an audience. And you showed me that it was possible. My Instagram blew up. It's now like 800,000 people at Vision. And now I use it to curate this community and to talk about my discoveries and personal growth. But you were the person who inspired me to get on.
Oh, thank you, man. I had no idea. That's beautiful. I'm happier for the world that you did get on. So
my first inspirational Instagram post happened 1 week after we spoke. And you don't even remember this, but we spoke over dinner.
Yeah, I remember. I've remembered all our meetings, but I think what you've done with Mind Valley, what you've done with your work has been incredible. Today, I want to dive into parts of this book, but I want to dive into it with your experience because I think everyone can remember or has a distinct memory of their first meditation experience. What was your first meditation experience ever? Do you remember it? Like the first time you were ever introduced to any form of meditation?
So the first time it happened to me, I was 14 years old. I was a young kid in Malaysia. And I decided to try a form of meditation that I learned from a book called The Silva Method, a really old 1960s, 1970s book. Back then, I was 14, so must have been like 1990. There was no internet in Malaysia. We had 4 television channels. So really, to pass the time by, all I did was I would browse all of the books on my father's bookshelf. And I discovered this book called The Silva Method. Now, the book captivated me because it spoke about how the mind can heal the body. What was happening to me back then is I was having a really horrible skin problem. My face was covered in acne. I had very little confidence. I considered myself ugly. I had difficulty making friends at school. You know, even if I liked a girl, I had no confidence to even talk to her. And so when I read in this book that the mind can heal the skin, I was game on. I want to figure this out. So I tried practicing. Nothing happened. I continued practicing. Nothing happened. And there was very little results. But I read and reread that book over and over and over and over again. Then I started picking other books from Bob Proctor, from Wayne Dyer. I started reading these books. It became a passion. And slowly things began to click. And one day, applying the Silva Method, at this point I was 17 years old, things had finally started clicking. I began to understand it's not just about hoping and wanting your skin to heal. There was a process, there was a method, there was a psychology. When it clicked, in 5 weeks, I completely healed my skin. 5 years of skin disease healed in 5 weeks. Today, science talk about this as a thing. It's called psychodermatology, how your mind influences your skin. But that was my first evidence that we can use our minds to influence our bodies. Now, the next thing I did was I decided to see, can I use my mind to accomplish a really big goal? For me, that was qualifying for the US Open Taekwondo Championships. Taekwondo is Korean karate. I was really into it. And I managed to qualify. My first ever trip to the United States, which was my dreamland. Since I was like a kid, I wanted to go to America. My first ever trip was to the US Open to represent my country. It was in Colorado Springs in 1993. My first time I fell in love with America, but it became because I visualized that in my mind. And that was my beginning, the beginning of my fascination with the human mind that would later lead to me starting Mind Valley and writing this book.
That's amazing. I love that story for so many reasons. Because, well, let me just break this down for everyone. You had an intention that was very clear. Even if it was to save your skin or to impress a girl or whatever it was, you were clear of why you wanted to meditate. The second thing was you were happy to read the book again and again and again.
And again and again.
And I
right.
think that takes a lot of resilience because most of us, when we try something once and it doesn't work, we give up. And the third thing is you didn't just test on something small. Once you saw a small result, you were like, well, does this apply to something bigger? And I think those 3 lessons in and of themselves are so powerful. What has changed in the benefits to you of meditation today? At that time, it was solving your skin. It was getting focused around the Taekwondo championships. How do you view meditation? Like, what is its use in your life today? Because I feel like so many people keep telling us to meditate, and there's so many benefits, but for you personally, what's the reason?
So I grew up in a Hindu family in Malaysia. Meditation was never what I was taught. The style of Hinduism I was taught was very dogmatic. You had prayers, you had chants, you had mantras, and I found it, oh God, so boring and irritating. I hated being dragged to temple to listen to a priest speak in Sanskrit, a language I didn't even understand. So when I was 19, I gave up Hinduism. I decided the religion was not for me. I read a quote by Gandhi that said, I'm a Hindu, and I'm a Muslim, and I'm a Christian, and I'm a Jew, and I'm a Buddhist. And I thought, that's it. I want to study and unite ideas from all of these different spiritual practices. And so that was my beginning. I got obsessed with spirituality. I started reading books by Esther Hicks, by Neale Donald Walsch, and I became particularly captivated by the spirituality that was emerging from the United States. From everyone, from Paramahansa Yogananda, who was an Indian who crossed over here, to Neale Donald Walsch, to especially Jose Silva. Now, a lot of them spoke about spirituality. What made Jose Silva's work different was that he broke it down into actionable steps. And that's what fascinated me most. So, a lot of people spoke about meditation, about sitting still, about going within. Jose Silva would teach the method. You're going to do this method to reduce your brainwave frequency to the alpha level. This method to get it down to the theta level. This method of positioning your eyes to activate alpha frequency in your brain. This method to reprogram your subconscious. This method to manifest a goal. This method to do healing. And that structured approach captivated me. Now, we call that active meditation. That's a word Jose Silva used. Osho used the same word, active meditation. This means it's different from passive meditation, which was more the meditation from Hinduism, from Eastern cultures, where you focus on your breath or you go within. And there's a usefulness in that. But what I loved about active meditation is, in the words of Jose Silva, you use it to solve problems. You do not push your problems away. You turn your problems into a project. You have skin disease, you're going to heal it. You need to achieve a business goal, you're going to make it happen. And you would apply different tools to solve these problems. Now, when I was in Silicon Valley, I applied the Silva method and it completely transformed my career. I was able to hold down 2 jobs. I got promotion after promotion after promotion. At the age of 26, I was vice president of a booming .com. And I was meditating using the Silva method and other practices I would combine with it. And one day, I certainly had a calling. I realized that meditation was the most powerful thing I'd learned in life. It was the reason why I was successful at my career. Yet, my university degree, for which I paid almost $250,000 for, taught me jack. It wasn't really helping me. So I decided I wanted to do something that could help the world. I decided to quit and become a meditation teacher. Now, as I started becoming a meditation teacher, as I started compiling all of these methods, I needed something for myself. And I look at meditation as a tool. Okay? So a lot of people say, all right, meditation is a form of self-awareness, of prayer. Yes, yes, yes. But meditation is also a tool. The point of meditation, in the words of the great teacher Emily Fletcher, is not to get good at meditation. It is to get good at life. And so I use 2 different types of tools. Now, let's think about our home. We have coffee makers and we have electric drills. We use a coffee maker every single day, or a tea kettle every single day, to put ourselves in a good state to start our morning. An electric drill is a power tool. You don't use it every day. You use it when you have a problem, when you have to drill a hole in a wall, or threaten someone, I guess. So in meditation, the style that I teach, there are 2 types. You would use a power tool like the Silva method, which now sits on Mind Valley, for a really tactical problem. For example, healing. Right? The Silva method has been proven by Dr. O. Carl Simonton as a very effective form of imagery therapy for accelerating healing. You're sick, you want to do it. If you are suddenly feeling like you have a migraine, you want to use it to help reduce your migraine. The 6th phase is what I developed as not the electric drill, but the coffee maker. Something you use every single day. Even if your life is amazing, you use it every single day because it helps put you in a peak state for work, for happiness, for human connection. And it puts you in this beautiful state where it almost feels as if the universe has your back. Like you have, the Tinkerbell fairy following you around, blessing everything you do and making your life magical. This is how I view meditation. It's an active approach to tackle the most complex problems in life, but also as a daily approach to put you in peak states of humanness.
This is why I love talking to you, because I love that explanation. And I think that breakdown of how meditation can be used differently for different challenges is fantastic. And I love the analogy with the tea kettle we'll go with and the drill, because I do think you're right that we've made meditation, what you just said, is about becoming good at meditation, which is absolutely irrelevant to life. And with the 6-phase method, what I love about it is that you have the same thing that you loved about how the silver method taught it. You've figured out your own method that people can take. Now, in this book, when you talk about, this is where I want to get into some of this, and everyone who's watching and listening back at home or wherever you are, I'm only going to be giving you a tip of the iceberg, but I want to give you this insight because my hope and goal and intention is that you will go and order the book right now while we're having this conversation to really dive deep into it. But I want to give you just enough to recognize how practical it is. So you talk about how we need to start with the circle of love and compassion. When I hear the word compassion, and I think when a lot of people do, compassion feels like a tall order, because I feel like it's been removed. I think before compassion, we think of criticism, we think of complaining, we think of comparing, like those are more natural thoughts. Can you talk to me about how you had this epiphany that compassion was a beginning when often our beginning place is criticism, complaining, or comparison?
So compassion is not something you do for other people. That's a great side effect. Compassion is something you do for yourself. It changes the way you function and show up in the world. So there's a lot of science right now on compassion practices that derive from Zen Roshi Buddhism or even from the HeartMath Institute. For example, the HeartMath Institute found that if you just close your eyes and you see the face of someone you love, you see their eyes, you see their nose, you feel that love for them, you feel it in your heart area, it changes your heart resonance. And your heart resonance is a biomarker of health. In short, giving love to someone else instantly, physiologically changes the heartbeat that you're having and puts it in a better state that shows that your body is in a healthy mode. Heart resonance correlates with health. And I found this fascinating. That is how we start the sixth phase. Then we move to a more advanced compassion practice where we extend love across the world. We start with our family, our neighborhood, our city, our country, and then globally. Now, why is this important? Compassion is like a muscle. You can train it. And when you train it, you become more loving. If you think about all the great saints and sages and mystic, compassion and love was a key part of who they are. Whether it's Yogananda or Jesus, it was compassion and love. But this is how it shows up in your world, right? So I remember after the pandemic, I went for breakfast with a friend. All the restaurants had been closed for 3 months. And finally, that weekend, everything opens. And so we are waiting in line for around 20, 40 minutes to get in. Finally, we get in. It's really busy, so they can only seat us at the bar. And all I'm craving is coffee, eggs, and a side of avocado. So I order my coffee, and 20 minutes later, the waitress hasn't brought the coffee. The waitress is scurrying around. There's a lot of people over there. She's wearing a mask. And she left the coffee on the bar, and I can see it. And it's 20 minutes, I can't get her attention. Finally, she brings me the coffee, just puts it down, doesn't even say anything, and it's gone cold. So I have to order another coffee. That other coffee comes 10 minutes later. Then my omelet comes 40 minutes later. They forgot the avocado. And all of this chaos. Now, at the end of that, as I was tipping the waitress, I still had a smile on my face, and I gave a tip worth 50% of the entire bill. So my friend looked at me and goes, "What are you doing? Like, the service here was horrible. She doesn't deserve 50%. And I said, "Really? Well, I thought she did." And I explained it to my friend yesterday. I said, "Look, it's all how we see it. To me, I'm just happy to be here, to be able to eat outdoors again. It doesn't matter we had to wait 20 minutes in line. It was just nice being able to step into a restaurant after 3 months. That waitress, she's been running around with a mask on herself for, maybe 12 hours. Look at the line. She's not even getting a break. And probably for the last 3 months, she didn't have a job. She was probably worried about how to put food on the table. And that's why I gave her a 50% tip. I don't care if my coffee was cold or my avocado came late. That didn't even register for me. Rather, I was in a state of appreciation, of love, of awe at the humanity around me, even if it was a little bit messy. Compassion had put me in that zone. When you see someone else, even if it seems like what they did is wrong to you, you look at them with a sense of empathy, with a sense of understanding. And it is that understanding that changes and reframes your definition of the world. So I'm not saying do compassion so you become a better tipper. I'm saying do compassion because the world becomes a more beautiful, alive, connected place, and your life becomes more peaceful. Now, the side effect is everyone you come in contact with, you bring happiness into their lives. And the world needs that today.
What I love about that example is that it shows something in a personal way that we all experience. And it's so fascinating because I've been experimenting with something similar in a professional setting. So a lot of people would say, oh yeah, you can do that with a waiter or a waitress at a store, but then what about someone in your workplace? And I realized that if you go hard on people, and people experience this, I think we've all had experiences of it. We've all had bosses who were hard on us. And I found that when my bosses were hard with me, it closed me off. It didn't open me up. Whereas if someone checked in with me and said, hey, Jay, you look like you're struggling a bit. Is everything okay at home? Like, is your family okay? Like, how are things going? You don't have to tell me, but if you feel like telling me, let me know. That allowed me to have a safe space and want to deliver more for that person, as opposed to if that person came up to me and goes, I'm not really happy with your performance right now. Like, hearing that from someone didn't open someone up. And so even your same approach in a professional setting still works and applies. That when you approach someone or someone approaches you and just says, hey, I can tell that you're dealing with a few issues or something must be going on. Do you feel like telling me? I think that compassion is such a superpower and it's so underestimated. Where did we lose that? Where did we go wrong?
I think we underestimate it because for the longest time in society, we thought kindness is associated with weakness, strength, power. Even to put power over someone else was a sign of strength. But today we know that's not true. There was a Gallup study done on 10 million employees. And they found that the employees who loved their jobs more, who were most engaged, who were most productive, who had one of the highest correlations with revenue growth, answered yes to the following question. My supervisor or someone at work cared about me as a person.
Wow.
And that's compassion. Now, I remember a funny story about
yeah,
you, Jay.
Please.
So I remember.
About me?
Yeah.
Oh.
That shows how compassionate you are. So I want to share this with the audience. We were having dinner at Mind Valley's festival, A-Fest. This was that festival in Ibiza. And you disappeared to use the restroom.
Oh, yeah.
And then we never saw you for 2 hours. So imagine you're having dinner with someone. There are about 6 people in the dinner table. And that person goes, I have to go use the restroom. 2 hours later, he hasn't come back. And so you're thinking, gosh, what a jerk. If he was bored by my company, he should have just said, Vishen, I'm going to go to sleep. He had to make that restroom excuse. And so I was mildly annoyed by you. And then I realized what happened. Jay went to use the restroom. And as you were coming out of the restroom, one by one, people were coming out to take photos with you or ask you for advice. And you stood there for almost 2 hours, talking to everyone, taking photos, giving them the advice they needed. And then you were so tired, you went to sleep. That's compassion. And see, you may have done that almost just organically, but I never forget that. And that put you at hero status in my mind.
No, well, I honestly have to say it's because you attract the best people. Like the culture and community of the quality of individual that comes to Mind Valley events is really special. And, I know so many A-festers in my personal life as well, like Irvin, who's one of my closest friends, Irvin Valencia E. And it's like, he's been an I think he's like, I don't know how many A-fests he's been to, maybe like 9 or something. I don't know. He's been to a lot.
Yeah, I think he's the health director for the New York Knicks.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. He's the director of training and conditioning at the Knicks. And it's just like, he's the embodiment of everything we're talking about in a beautiful way. And I think I did that because of the quality of the people you attract. But I appreciate you remembering these things. Obviously, meditation gives you a good memory too.
So I say that because compassion today, kindness is the ultimate flex.
Yeah.
I remember 15 years ago, when people wanted to sell you stuff on the internet, do this to make money, do this to build a business, they would post with their Lamborghini or their car. Today, nobody gives a damn. Today, the stuff that we share on Instagram are very often inspirational stories, people doing kind acts, people saving animals, people doing great things for kids. Compassion is the flex in today's society.
What is the difference between a technique and a pure intention, in the sense of, we know each other well, and I know that you've meditated for God knows how many years now, and I know how much study you've done and how many incredible people use this method, like so many celebrities and athletes use this method. What have you found to be the difference between someone who uses compassion as a technique to get what they want or to present themselves a certain way, versus what is the difference in result and practice in someone who's doing it from a pure place? I'm just fascinated.
Absolutely.
by it. Yeah.
Okay. So the technique is not compassion. The technique is the circle of compassion, which is the specific exercise we do, inspired by Zen Roshi Buddhism and the HeartMath Institute, to expand and open your heart, right? So that is the technique. The compassion itself is a quality of being. So the 6 phase is 6 specific techniques that layer on top of each other that open up 6 different aspects of your being, which I believe are really important for you to show up in the world, not just as a good human being, but to crush it at work, to hit your goals, to get things done, and to do it from this state of just absolute bliss and equanimity.
The point is you're making is that you can't even use compassion for lower means or lower requirements because that's
fake,
not compassion.
That's fake kindness, right?
Correct,
You're doing something to get something.
Yeah.
But the technique that we are doing actually trains your brain to understand how deeply connected you are. If you do this, you automatically become nicer.
So yeah, you're talking about the actual change in consciousness and like transforming your character as opposed to like what we're saying, like I'm talking about marketing versus meaning, like the idea of like, oh, I can market this stuff versus this actually makes sense. There was one thing specific I wanted to ask you. You talk about happiness and gratitude. I wanted to ask you your take on, after all these years, you've helped so many teachers share their work. You've helped so many, like that's one of the most special things about you that I appreciate about you is that you're not just presenting what you know, you're supporting the work of so many other incredible people. And you've supported mine too. You know, you've supported me too in such a deep and beautiful way. And what I'm intrigued by though is out of all the reading you've done, all the studying you've done, what is happiness? Is happiness in your eyes still a goal? Is it a pursuit? Is it a byproduct? What is happiness? Because I feel like we still don't know. We still hear people talking about, I just want to be happy. Well, my goal is to be happy. What's Vishen's take on that?
So happiness is not the goal at all. In fact, happiness is not even what we care about. What we're looking at is a concept called blisscipline. Blisscipline is not being happy. It's not forcing yourself to be happy. Look, I am a person who can be prone to depression. It's actually in my DNA.
Wow, I had no idea.
Yeah. You can measure these things now with DNA. And I've been in depression in my life. I'm also a person who is prone to melancholy. Melancholy is typically it happens when it's raining. I want to sit by the fire, listen to sad music, and just be by myself. And I like that. I'm not happy. Neither am I sad or depressed. I'm just melancholy. And it's a beautiful feeling. And we all feel that sometimes. Wow. If you've ever seen the Pixar movie Inside Out, it shows that sadness can be a superpower. You can be sad when you miss someone. You can be sad when you're grieving. There's a beautiful quote from the Disney show, WandaVision. What is grief but love persisting? The goal isn't to push away sadness. Rather, the goal is to remember this. When we are showing up with people, when we are showing up at work, the thing that matters is the concept of blisscipline. And that is having the discipline to ensure that you are nurturing your positive emotions. Now, positive emotions doesn't mean you're fake happy. Positive emotions mean that even if you're sad, you can observe it. Like, I love that quote, what is grief but love persisting? Because if you're grieving someone, that's a beautiful emotion. You can grieve someone who has left your life, but you're not beating yourself out of it. So you're still in a way blissful. Now, why is this important? There's a study called PQ, and there's a book about it by Shajat Shamin. And PQ means positivity quotient. It's your ratio of good thoughts versus overall thoughts. Now, what they find is that the higher your PQ, the better you function at your job, the better you function at your work. We spend 70% of our waking hours on our work. And so if we can practice blisscipline and elevate our PQ, we get more done. We are happier as we work. The quality of our work is better. But the studies on PQ fascinate me. They found that the number one thing that determines how well a team functions is their PQ, is what is the ratio of positive emotions within the team and between the members of this team. And so if we can train for blisscipline, if we can put ourselves in these blissful states, we simply do better. Now, one of the most beautiful things I read was in the book Titan. It's the biography of John D. Rockefeller. He was the richest man who ever lived. And at the age of 83, John D. Rockefeller wrote a beautiful poem that illustrates this idea of blisscipline. He said, I was early taught to work as well as play. My life has been one long happy holiday, full of work, full of play. And I left the worry along the way, and God was good to me every day. And that's really what we're talking about. Now, if the richest man in the world could pen that, imagine what this quality, what this essence can do for you.
It's amazing, isn't it, how what we read or what we think about become the scripts of our life. And I feel, just as you're quoting people that have inspired you, I feel like for me, half the thoughts in my head are things I've absorbed and like held on to that then create my story and my script.
Final call. Grab your AI certificate for just $20. This offer dies tonight. The AI certificate program, especially if you're over 40, 28 days, 15 minutes a day. In 1 week.
I didn't know what you just said about you. That's actually such interesting news to me. I don't think we've ever spoken about that. I loved how you talked about how melancholy isn't happiness or isn't sadness, but you enjoy that feeling. I feel the same.
Perempuan muncul asal. Muda. Ada. Ada. Adik kecil. Adik kecil. सिग्निफिकेंस के बारे में जैसे ही मैंने किसी से पूछा तो लोगों को आइडिया ही नहीं है कि होता क्या है। एक्चुअली मैं किसी को ब्लेम भी नहीं करती, ये आइडिया तो मेरा है, आपको या फिर किसी को भी कैसे बताओ। बट मैं आपको अगर समझाने जाऊं तो बहुत सारे लोगों को पहले तो सक्सेस चाहिए होता है, उसके पहले भी चाहिए होता कि उसको हाई परफॉर्मर बने। टाइम मैनेजमेंट की प्रॉब्लम होती है, प्रोक्रास्टिनेशन का प्रॉब्लम होता है, रेजिलियंस का इशू होता है, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट का इशू होता है, रिलेशनशिप विथ कलीग्स प्रॉब्लम है, फिर बिग विजन नहीं होता। ये सारे अगर नहीं हो तो फिर आप सोचो कि आपका नेक्स्ट लेवल क्या हो सकता है को आपको इमीडिएट कोई प्रमोशन चाहिए, वो तो मिल जाएगा आज नहीं तो कल। अगर आप अगर आप कहीं पे नया कोर्स कर लेंगे, सर्टिफिकेट कर लेंगे, तो सभी कोई एज्यूम करता है कि आपको प्रमोशन मिल जाएगा, एंड इफ दैट इज द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ योर फार्म, मिल जाएगा। लेकिन वो मिलने के बाद भी अच्छा दूसरे लीडर्स बनने की कोशिश करते हैं। लीडर को मिलता है, लाइक दे वांट टू बी लीडर्स, डिसीजन मेकर्स होना चाहते हैं। लेकिन क्या रियल में आप डिसीजन ले सकते हो? आपके कितने सारे कंस्ट्रेंट होते हैं जिसको दिमाग में रख के आपको डिसीजन लेना होता है, तो वो भी इतना इजी नहीं है जैसे आपको पहले लगता होगा कि बॉस बनना कितना आसान है। नहीं है, क्योंकि फिर आपकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी, रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बहुत सारा बढ़ जाता है, मतलब मोर देन प्रोपोर्शनेट टू योर ऑथोरिटी। जितना आपको ऑथोरिटी मिला है उससे कहीं गुना ज्यादा आपको रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और अकाउंटेबिलिटी मिलता है। फिर एक टीम की रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी मिलती है, उनको ग्रो भी करना है आपको, एंड आपके रिजल्ट्स भी, आउटकम्स भी लाने हैं आपको। सो इट इज नॉट ए केक वॉक। आप पहले कुछ दिनों बाद आप सोचेंगे कि मैं वैसा ही अच्छा था, जैसे काम करो, खत्म करो काम, 10 to 5 जॉब, और इसके बाद घर जाओ, फिर जो करो चाहे करो, नहीं करो नहीं करो, आराम से टीवी देखो। तो ये बैलेंस कैसे ना कुछ वहां से फिर अगर आप आगे जाएंगे, हैबिट्स अपना चेंज करके, गोल सेट करके, सक्सेस मिल गया, सक्सेस मिलने के बाद भी आपको एम्प्टीनेस महसूस होगा। टोनी रॉबिन्स बताते हैं कि उनके 85% जो क्लाइंट्स हैं वो मिलियनियर हैं। तो अब पैसे की तो कमी है नहीं, मिलियनियर है तो फिर जाना पहचाना है भाई, तो सोसाइटी में स्टेटस तो है। उनको प्रॉब्लम है, एम्प्टीनेस उनको महसूस होता है। अब क्या करें बताइए? तो मेरा कहना ये है कि सक्सेस टू सिग्निफिकेंस में एक अ, है बड़ा माइलस्टोन, जो है कि आप दूसरों के लिए काम करते हैं, दूसरों का वेलबींग के लिए काम करते हैं, और कुछ ऐसा करते हैं जो आपके बाद भी कंटिन्यू करे और लोग उसको फॉलो करके उनका फायदा हो। सो इट इज कॉल्ड जनरेशनल वेल्थ। तो अगर आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन जनरेशनल वेल्थ की तरह हो रहा है, देन यू अचीव सिग्निफिकेंस। तो सक्सेस टू सिग्निफिकेंस ये एक जर्नी। तो इस जर्नी में जो मैंने किया, छोटे से किया, जितना बड़ा आपको लगेगा कि बाप रे ये तो कितना बड़ा काम है, ऐसा नहीं है। लेकिन आप अगर कॉन्शियस रहें कि आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या है, आपका फोकस अगर है कंट्रीब्यूशन, तो फिर ये कंट्रीब्यूशन अपने आप होता है, क्योंकि आपका मेन फोकस तो वही है, प्रायोरिटी तो वही है। आप सेल्फिश होके कोई काम नहीं कर सकते। हमेशा ही देखो कि कितने लोगों का भला हो रहा है आपके इस स्टैंड से, आपके इस अ, छोटा सा काम से। आप किसी को पुश करते हो, किसी को एम्पावर करते हो, उससे इसी सब को मैं कंट्रीब्यूशन बोलती हूँ, क्योंकि इसमें आप खुद के ग्रोथ के अलावा किसी और के ग्रोथ के बारे में भी सोचते हो। तो पहले सोचते थे कि ये तो बहुत ही सिंपल सा है कॉन्सेप्ट, लेकिन अभी अभी हाल में बहुत सारे लोग मुझे पूछने लगे सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है, तो वाकई में लोगों को नहीं पता एक्चुअली। मुझे खुद को भी, जब इनिशियली मैंने सोचा था मेरा जो विजन है कामर कूलर क्लीनर ग्रीनर रिचर ग्लो, उसके लिए सिग्निफिकेंस की जरूरत है, ये भी मुझे नहीं पता था। धीरे धीरे वो कनेक्ट एस्टेब्लिश हुआ। एक्चुअली मैं तो बहुत लकी, हाँ, इन द सेंस कि मेरे विजन के छोटे छोटे हिस्से मुझे दिखते जाते हैं और फिर मैं उसको कनेक्ट करती हूँ। इमीडिएट कनेक्शन बहुत ही रेयर होता है। तो अगर कनेक्शन रेयर होता है तो देन मुझे थोड़ा टाइम लगता है to explain things। तो अभी अभी तो वो हो गया। अभी देखिए, क्या मेरे पास कोई रेडीमेड कोई सोल्यूशन है जिससे ये आपको मैं दे सकूं? वैसा नहीं, क्योंकि हर एक का सक्सेस डिफरेंट है, हर एक की सोच डिफरेंट है, और रोजमर्रे की बिलीफ जो है वो डिफरेंट है। बिलीफ कहाँ से आते हैं? आपके आइडेंटिटी से आते हैं। आप खुद के लिए क्या हो, वो है आइडेंटिटी। अगर वहां पे कुछ गड़बड़ है तो बिलीफ में गड़बड़ होंगी। बिलीफ अगर आप सुधार भी लिए तो सक्सेस हो जाएंगे, बट फिर आइडेंटिटी अगर सही से नहीं है तो फिर आप सिग्निफिकेंस की तरफ नहीं बढ़ पाए। जो भी है इधर ऑनलाइन, थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग इन। आप कोई कमेंट कर सकते हैं सो दैट आई नो कि हु यू आर। हाँ, तो मैं क्या बोल रही थी? तो गड़बड़ वहीं पे होता है। तो अभी देखिए, जब आप कंट्रीब्यूशन की तरफ जाओगे देन इट बिकम्स ए लिगेसी। तो हम लॉन्ग टर्म कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और जिनको ये कॉलिंग नहीं आया, मतलब जो सक्सेसफुल नहीं हुए, सक्सेसफुल हो के स्टक नहीं महसूस कर रहे हैं, उनको तो पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि मैं क्या बात कर रही हूँ। तो उनके लिए ये टॉपिक वैसे भी नहीं। आज ही किसी कोई अपने बिलीफ के बारे में बता रहा था, अपने अपने बारे में क्या वो सोचते हैं बता रहे थे। तो अपने बारे में वो सोचते हैं कि वो फेल्योर और कोई भी काम उनसे नहीं हो पाता। एंड इट वाज लाइक उनका एक्सप्रेशन जो था वेरी 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 फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग, मतलब खुद से वो काफी फ्रस्ट्रेटेड थे। वैसा ही अगर आपका अभी कुछ हो रहा था, ये किसी के साथ भी हो सकता है, बिलीव मी। अगर वो हो सकता है तो आप एक बार को थोड़ा सोचिए कि ये जिंदगी ना, ये लाइफ आपको लेसन्स डिफरेंट तरीके से देती है, कभी इस तरह से उस तरह से। तो आपका जो एक्सपीरियंस हो रहा है आप उसको एक लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस करके सोच के रखें, तो देन यू विल सी द लेसन। अदरवाइज तो आपको फ्रस्ट्रेशन होगा, दुख होगा कि आप ऐसे हैं। आप ऐसे हमेशा तो नहीं थे, क्या आपके लाइफ में कोई सक्सेस नहीं था तो फेलियर कैसे हुआ? और जब आप सक्सेसफुल थे तब क्या थे, तब कौन थे? आप उसको याद कर सकते हैं ना। जब आप उसको याद करेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि ये जो अभी जो आपका टाइम चल रहा है दैट विल बी डिफरेंट रीजन, उसके पीछे कोई रीजन तो है। आप सोचिए और कोई काम करने चल दिए, ये बहुत रेयरली होता। मेरा वो ही नेचर है, कुछ सोच लिया ना उसको इमीडिएटली कुछ काम कर दिया, उसका उससे वो एंश्योर नहीं होता कि मुझे सक्सेस मिल ही गया, लेकिन मेरा फोकस सक्सेस में थोड़ा है, मेरा फोकस तो सिग्निफिकेंस से है। तो दैट ऑल्सो इज ए न्यू डिस्कवरी फॉर। अगर आप सिग्निफिकेंस पे फोकस हो तो सक्सेस पे आप अटकोगे नहीं। है ठीक है, नहीं है तो भी ठीक है, वो प्रूफ नहीं है कि आपका सिग्निफिकेंस नहीं काम कर रहा, क्योंकि आप बहुत सारे, वो रास्ता ही बहुत डिफरेंट है। जो सक्सेस की तरफ जा रहे हैं और सोच रहे हैं कि नेक्स्ट सक्सेस से उनको अ, मन का संतुष्टि मिल जाएगी, वो तो होता नहीं। क्योंकि वो कहानी आपने सुनी होगी ना, शादी हो जाए तो खुश हो जाऊं, बच्चा हो जाए तो खुश हो जाऊं, गाड़ी मिल जाए तो खुश हो जाऊं, अपना घर मिल जाए तो खुश हो जाऊं, पोता हो जाए तो खुश हो जाऊं। और ये करते करते पूरी जिंदगी निकल जाती। सक्सेस तो हर कहीं मिला हुआ है ना, फिर भी वो खुश नहीं हो पाता। तो रास्ता तो अलग है, सोच एकदम से अलग है। सिग्निफिकेंस में क्या होता है, आप रोज कुछ ना कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हो। जब भी आप कॉन्शियस हो कि कुछ काम करो तो उसमें क्या होता है, रोज ही आपको हैप्पीनेस मिले। और वो सिग्निफिकेंस कहाँ जाके बड़ा हो रही है, वारेन बफेट की जो छोटे छोटे इन्वेस्टमेंट था ना, वो छोटे ही थे। अचानक से 20 इयर्स उन्होंने इन्वेस्ट करने के बाद अचानक से वो ग्राफ एक्सपोनेंशियली आगे चल गया। तो ये काम वैसा ही, अचानक से एक दिन आपका काम एक्सपोनेंशियली चला जाएगा कहीं, आपको चाहे ना हो। लेकिन ये जो काम शुरुआत है, ये शुरुआती का काम, मैं कभी कभी सोचती हूँ बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे भी आए हैं जो मेरे काम को हाईजैक करके ले जाते हैं, वो अपना नाम दे लेते हैं। ये थोड़ा सा मेरा माइंड ट्रिक खेल रहा है। तो इसीलिए आप क्या करो, अपना जो अपना जो भी थॉट प्रोसेस है ना, उसको शेयर। चुप रहने से तो आपका जो सक्सेस है कोई और चुरा के ले जा सकता है। तो अभी आप इसको इतना अनाउंस करो कि ये वाकई में आपका, कोई इसको ले जाके ले जा नहीं सकता। और आपका जो मेथड है, आप आउटकम बता रहे हैं, इसमें आप कैसे जाओगे वो तो आप बता ही नहीं रहे, क्योंकि आपको पता ही नहीं है यार। पता कैसे चलेगा, आप तो अभी शुरू कर रहे हो काम। पहली बात तो आज ही आपको पता चला कि सिग्निफिकेंस होता क्या है, वर्ड तो पहले ही पता चला हो, लेकिन अभी आपको पता चला कि ये एक जिंदगी का गोल हो सकता है, इसी के लिए जीना है। तो इसलिए आप सोचो, कोशिश करो, और अपने लिए डिफाइन करो। और इसमें क्या होता है कि आपका जो लाइफ माइंडेड जो ग्रुप होते हैं, जिसको मास्टर माइंड बोलते हैं, उस मास्टर माइंड में बहुत सारे लोग होंगे, उनसे बात करो। या फिर सारे मास्टर माइंड जो भी हैं आपके, उन सारे को आप, मेरा संडे को एक क्लास होता है एट 3 PM, उसमें हम डिस्कस कर सकते हैं। या फिर मेरा कैलेंडरली लिंक है, आप उसको पूछ लो, उसमें ऑफकोर्स 1 to 1 हो। अगर मास्टर माइंड करना है तो आप 3 बजे संडे को आ सकते हो, आप लिंक पूछोगे, मैं दे दूंगी। या फिर आपको दूसरा टाइम लेना है तो मेरा कैलेंडरली देख के आप स्लॉट बुक करके मेरे से बात कर सकते हो। तो आज के लिए इतना ही। थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग। जो भी लोग आप लोग देख रहे हैं, आप सोचो और अपने आइडियाज बताओ। थैंक यू।
Have you used Claude? Around 98% of people out there are not able to use Claude to its fullest extent because Claude has many features like Claude Skill, Claude Automation, among others. If you are one of them, I'm missing out on a lot. And people who are able to use Claude to its fullest extent.
That is one of the most important questions in the right now. Are you living the life you want, or are you living the life you've been programmed? And the answer, unfortunately, is most of us are living the life we've been programmed.
A central idea in all of your work appears to be that it's our subconscious minds that are driving our day-to-day behaviors. And for many of us, it's those subconscious patterns that are sabotaging the quality of our life.
But the big problem is when you say the word subconscious, it means below conscious. So when people are programming or playing their subconscious, they're the ones that don't see it. I talk to people, I say, well, I give them a story for like 40 years, the same story. I say, you have a friend and you know your friend's behavior very well, and you know your friend's parent. And one day you see your friend has the same behavior as their parent. And I joke and I say, well, hey, Bill, you're just like your dad. And I say, I know exactly what Bill's going to say. First thing he's going to say is, how can you compare me to my dad? I'm nothing like my dad. And yet everybody else can see he's like his dad. The only one who can't see it is Bill. And this becomes the most profound point because he's programmed by his dad in the first 7 years, and he plays these programs 95% of the day. And the reason why he plays the subconscious programs is because the conscious mind is busy thinking. And thinking is an inside job, not looking out. And I go, yeah, well, let's say I'm driving my car and I start thinking, and then my conscious is not looking out now. My conscious is thinking of something. I said, well, then who's driving the car? And I go, this is the most important point. The subconscious is autopilot. The moment the conscious is not paying any attention about something, subconscious sits in and starts driving the car according to the program. And that's where the issues come from. The subconscious programs were downloaded by observing other people. So when you're playing your subconscious, you're not playing you, you're playing your download, really. And you don't see it because you're thinking, but everybody else sees the response. And this is where the whole disconnect comes in. Because people think, oh, I'm a happy, wonderful, loving person, and they have trouble out in the world, and they don't understand it, but what they're missing is, you're not playing that happy, loving person except 5% of the day. 95% of our behavior is coming from below consciousness. And we're the ones that can't see it when we play it, but everybody else, of course, is seeing exactly what we're doing. So the whole idea is, are you living the life you want, or are you living the life you've been programmed? And the answer, unfortunately, is most of us are living the life we've been programmed, and the programming comes from other people. So it's not our lives.
Yeah, this is such a key point, because as you're just demonstrating there, right, we can see patterns in other people so clearly.
But they don't see it as well as you do it.
Yeah.
Well, the reason, let's give a reason why programming occurs, okay? The brain is a computer. Most powerful computer that humans have ever experienced. But it has parallels to computers. And number one is this. In the old days, when you would buy a computer, before they put the programs in, you could bring it home, brand new computer, plug it in, push start, boots up, screen's on, and I say, do something. And people, well, no, I can't do anything. So you got a brand new computer. Now, first you have to put programs into a computer before you can use that computer. The brain of a human is the same thing. The screen lights up in the last trimester of pregnancy. It's ready, but there are no programs. So the first 7 years of a child's life is the brain is not operating at the higher level of consciousness, higher level, higher vibration. That's what we talk about. We put wires on a person's head, electroencephalograph, read brain function. A child up through 7 is not operating at consciousness except for a little bit. It's primarily operating at a lower vibration called theta. And I said, well, what is theta? I say, it's expressed as imagination. So that's how children can have a tea party and they pour nothing into the cup and then they drink the nothing and then they explain how that was the best tea they ever had. Or a child rides a broom saying it's a horse. In the child's mind, that is not a broom, it's a horse. But it's mixing imagination and reality. But theta is hypnosis. And the significance of that is children have to learn how to become a member of a family, the rules. Member of a community, the rules. I go, how can an infant, a young kid, learn these rules? They can't go to school, they can't read the book and all that. And I say, you don't have to. Nature provided theta, hypnosis, so that they can observe the parents, the family, and the community. Just observe their behavior and download those as programs. Age 7, then that's when they start to become more conscious and engaging themselves. So the first 7 years is programming, and then after that, we play, actually, unfortunately, 5% of our life from our creative conscious mind, 95% from the program. Interesting point. Is this a new idea? And I go, 400 years, the Jesuits have told their followers, give me a child until it is 7, and I will show you the man. And what they knew is exactly what we just said. First 7 years is programming, but after age 7, 95% of your life is coming from that program. So if you can program the child for the first 7 years, then the rest of the life of that child is actually an expression of that program.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've covered, I guess, similar themes on this show in the past, but through a different lens. That our childhoods are...
Your company is quietly pushing you out and you know it. Now at 40 and above, your experience should be a biggest asset, but companies are now treating it as a liability. And no one tells you that there is one career where experience beats everything, and that is consulting. Companies pay experts like you premium rates to solve problems you've been handling for decades. So why let them undervalue you when you can monetize your skills directly? Hi, my name is Sandeep Das. I'm an MBA from IIM Bangalore. I was a director at PwC with over 17 years of
hugely influential in terms of our adult behaviors. We develop, we adapt. So, we take on certain behaviors to survive, to be accepted by our caregivers, to get the love and the validation from our parents or whoever might be looking after us, our teachers maybe. And they potentially served us well as children, but we're still playing out those same behaviors when we're adults, but we're not children anymore, we're adults. And we need to now re-examine them and go, do I still want that behavior in my life? Or do I want to, as you would say, reprogram it so I can live a different type of life?
That's the most important insight that people need to know right now. Because as I said, if you're playing a subconscious program, by definition, you're playing it not with consciousness, you're playing it without you even paying attention to it. And I say, but why? Well, that's what I said. The conscious mind is creative, but the conscious mind can think. I go, so what's the difference? I say, well, creative is all that imagination, but thinking is an inside. If I ask you, I say, tell us what you're doing next Monday. And it's not written here anywhere. And for a moment, you're going to say, oh, let me think. And then you're going to come up with an answer. And I say, yeah, but where was the answer? It wasn't out here. The answer was in here. So I said, oh, then you had to redirect your attention for thinking to look inside. But the moment you're looking inside, then you're not, by definition, using the conscious creative mind to look outside. And that's when the subconscious, as the autopilot, steps in and will manage the things that you're not paying attention to. But it will only manage it according to the downloaded program that you got in that first 7 years. And it's very hard. If I say, well, what program did you get in that first 7 years? And the issue is this, well, you were being programmed before you were born. Last trimester of pregnancy, we already know that programming is occurring. I mean, a simple thing is if you play music through the abdominal wall when a woman is pregnant and the fetus is inside, she plays the music. When that baby is born, it will instantly remember or know that music. It even, if the father is talking, the voice of the father is transmitted through the abdominal wall. Baby is born, the father says something, the baby knows exactly who that voice is. So that's even before you're born, okay? Then I say, yeah, but you got programmed from before birth, you got programmed a whole year from 0 to 1. I say, so what do you remember? You go, there was no memory there. I said, okay, you got another whole year of programming from 1 to 2. I say, what programs you got? He said, I don't know, because consciousness wasn't engaged. And so the problem is programmings were coming in, but the individual had no conscious awareness of the program. It just was record, playback, record, playback. That's what it's all about. And then I say, well, this becomes a problem, because then I say, well, what are your programs that essentially control your life? And the answer is, I have no idea what those programs are. So I just want to help people for a second, because it is established that only 5% of the time are we using the conscious creative mind to run our life. 95% of the time is coming from the program. So here's a simple insight. The things that come into your life that you like, they come into your life because you have a program to accept them. But those things that we want and we work hard and we sweat over and put a lot of effort, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make this happen. I'm working on it. I'm working real hard. Why are you working so hard? And the answer is not because the universe won't give it to you, is because unconsciously your program does not support that destination, and you're trying to override it with extra work and effort. So then life becomes a job, more or less, trying to get those things you want when your program unconsciously is sabotaging you.
You know, as we have this conversation, Bruce, I've been a practicing medical doctor for just over 21 years now. And there's been a real evolution in my thought process throughout my career. I've, from very early on, felt that a lot of the time in medicine, we put sticking plasters on our patients' problems, which really aren't solving the underlying problem and are, at best, just keeping it at bay for a few more weeks till they return back. That's at best. I think I realized early on that if I can help my patients change various things in their lifestyle, the way that they're living their life, food, movement, sleep, stress, sure, it can have a huge impact.
Yes, absolutely.
But then over the past few years, I thought, what's going on here? Because a lot of people have done that. They've changed their life. They feel better. So they've had the knowledge, they've experienced it, they felt better for maybe 6 months, maybe a year, maybe 2 years. And sometimes people would revert back to their previous behaviors. I thought, what is going on here? And I've really carefully examined the patients throughout my career who have not just changed in the short term, but changed and transformed their lives for good. And there's always been a big shift up here in their minds, the way they think, the way they approach the world, right? So when I think about your work and what you've just said to me, and I look at it through the lens of health, and many people listen to this show and watch it because they want to get healthier, I feel that a lot of the time, the reason they can't make lifestyle change stick is because the underlying program that was driving them to behave in a certain way has not been addressed.
That's exactly what the problem is. When people say the mind, the idea, oh, there's a mind, a single mind, I go, well, that's the first mistake. There are two minds. We mentioned conscious and subconscious. But we also have to mention this. They each have a different function, and they, most importantly, they learn in different ways. So the conscious mind's creative, and that means it's the one with the imagination and things that you want and you desire, and you can put that in, and you could read a book, a self-help book, and you say, oh, I got all this knowledge now from this book, and I went to the lecture, and I did all these things, I got all this knowledge, my life hasn't changed. I go, well, that's because the conscious mind, being creative, can learn in any number of different ways. You can just go, aha, I have a new idea, and your conscious mind can change. The subconscious mind, by definition, is the habit mind. And I go, significance. habits resist change, because if habits change, then they're not habits anymore. So all of a sudden you say, well, if I download a habit, can I, think out of that habit? I go, no, because that's not how it learns. And so the conscious mind in most people is very smart. I'm sure, look, this audience has been listening to you for a long time. They got great understanding, and many of them will go, yeah, I really understand what you've been talking about, but somehow or other, with all that knowledge, my life is still the same. And I go, that's because when you educate the conscious mind, that's easy. But that process does not create a habit. So you can have a super smart conscious mind, all the data, all the material. I read the book, I know everything about it. I go, yeah, but that doesn't change the program on the inside. A lot of people think, well, I'm going to give myself a good talking to. And that's where the joke comes, because I say, there's nobody in the subconscious mind. It's the exact equivalent of a hard drive in a computer. It's got programs in it. There's nobody in it. And you can talk till you're blue in the face with the conscious mind, trying to tell the subconscious mind, change the program. I go, that's not how it learns a program.
I want to talk about how we can start to go about changing these programs. But before we get there, where does stress fit in here? Because if you look around society these days, many people are living in a state of stress.
Yes.
So how does stress and living in a stress state relate to our conscious and non-conscious minds?
That is perhaps one of the most important questions in this world right now, for a very simple reason. We believe so many issues and diseases are associated with genes. And I say, when I was teaching in a medical school, what was I teaching doctors? Well, at that time, genes turn on and off, and genes control the character. And then I say, well, as far as you know, you didn't pick the genes. And if you don't like your characters, you can't change the genes. And since they activate themselves, then you become a victim of your heredity. Oh my God, there's cancer running in my family. I have a cancer gene. And I go, okay, let's get to a real simple fact. Less than 1% of disease is connected to genes. Less than 1%. 90% plus is all stress related, okay? So all of a sudden I say, well, you want to try to adjust the genes. I said the genes didn't have a problem. It was the stress that was causing the problem. And now with the new science, it's called epigenetics. It sounds like genetics, but epi means above. So what we call skin, epidermis, because just below the surface skin is a layer called the dermis. Epidermis means above the dermis, that's the skin. So I say epigenetics means control epi, above the genes. And now there's a whole new understanding, because we're not victims of the genes. We understand now that we actually control our genetic activity through our consciousness, or subconscious, more importantly, because that's 95% of the time. A big important point. This is like, maybe a lot of people in the audience are going to freak when I say this, but for example, there's no gene that causes cancer. Everyone says, oh, oncogenes, cancer genes. I go, no, there's no gene that causes cancer. They're correlated with cancer, but they're not the cause. So especially like women are very concerned because they get, oh, I've got diagnosed, I have the BRCA, breast cancer gene. Immediately, what's the consciousness of the programming that people have? The gene is going to give me cancer. And now the fear of cancer rises in them because they say they have this gene. And then I go, well, guess what? 50% of the women carry this gene, never get the cancer. So the first thing you have to understand is this: possession of the gene doesn't cause the cancer. It's a life that's not in harmony, a life that's out of balance. That's when that gene is activated. So we've been blaming genes, but we're never giving any credit or power to the person who can influence those genes. And this is what epigenetics is all about. Consciousness is controlling your genetic activity.
It reminds me a little bit of an autoimmune theory that I think was first put forward by Dr. Fasano in America, I think at Harvard, where he put forward that you need three things in order to have an autoimmune disease. You need, yes, the genetic predisposition, not the genetic destiny, the genetic predisposition.
Yes.
You need some sort of environmental trigger.
There you go.
And you need a degree of intestinal permeability, which is also known as leaky gut colloquially. It says if you have those three things, then you can develop autoimmune disease. And I always found that really fascinating because it kind of made sense to me that, yes, you can have a certain genetic blueprint, but actually how that blueprint plays out is going to depend on your environment and your lifestyle.
100%. That's so important. There's a very interesting insight here, and that is when people follow the fate of a child adopted into a family where there's cancer, they find that the adopted child will get the same family cancer at the same probability as any of the natural siblings. So an adopted child gets that cancer. But here's the point. The adopted child came from totally different genetics. So it was not the genetics that pushed that cancer. It was being adopted into a family where the programming was not giving them wholeness, health, happiness. It's just stressful, very stressful programming. And as you said, stress. American Psychological Association recognizes 90% of doctor visits are stress-related visits. And we don't focus on the stress that's like, a side thing. I say, no, it's not a side thing. It's the number one thing that is coming from the top down. And the genes are blueprints to make the proteins of the body, 100,000 different proteins, like building blocks, okay? Proteins are complex molecules, and they wear out. Proteins wear out all the time. So you have to replace them. I said, well, how do you replace this complex molecule? And the answer is DNA is a blueprint to make a protein. I go, so what? And I go, well, you go into an architect's office and she's working on a blueprint. And I say, well, ask her, is your blueprint on or off? And she would look at it and go, what are you talking about? It's a blueprint. It's no on and off. I go, precisely. Genes cannot turn themselves on and off. They don't self-actualize. They're controlled by environmental signals. And all of a sudden, oh my God, well, if the environment is controlling this, then your programming in the environment, your lifestyle in the environment, and all these other things now become the primary controlling factor of your genes, not the genes. And we have to let go, because when I was programming the doctors that, genes turn on and off and all that stuff, I was programming that people are victims. Because, as I said, as far as you know, you didn't pick the genes, you can't change them, they operate by themselves. And so we were programming victim. And then it turns out the new science of epigenetics is not victim, you're the one that's actually controlling it with your behavior.
Yeah, this is such a key point. I think just to pause on this idea that if we are simply just going to be playing out our genetic destiny, then we've lost a huge amount of empowerment. And a couple of things come to mind here, Bruce. I felt very strongly early on in my career that one of the most important things I need to do with any patient, with every patient.
Your parents spent 15 lakh rupees on your engineering degree, and you can't even spend 9 rupees to make sure that it doesn't become useless. This is happening in
is to make sure they walk out my door with a feeling of empowerment, so that they feel, even if they've had, a horrible diagnosis, that there's something they can do to influence how they're going to feel, to influence the outcome. Maybe not even a reversal sometimes, but just, influence how they're going to feel with that condition.
Well, what I have to say is this: knowledge is power, and lack of knowledge is a lack of power. When people don't know that they're involved with their own life and their own genetics and their own behavior because they're programmed to be the victim, then they become a victim because they have no knowledge of this. And what you're doing, what I'm doing, is let's wake up. You are powerful if you understand how this works. And if you don't understand how it works, you just say, no, it's not me. I'm not in control. And people walk away feeling like there's nothing I can do. The genes are controlling this, and I don't control the genes. I go, well, that's the story that's wrong. And when people are allowed to walk away from a medical practitioner with that belief, then that practitioner in no way has helped that patient, because the idea is this, as you said, I've got to help them get a better attitude when they walk out of this building. I have to give them more power so that they have more power, because if they walk out saying, there's nothing I can do, then the game is over at that point.
I'm interested in your individual journey, Bruce, because you come from a very, very strong and respected scientific background. Because a lot of people may think, yes, some of these concepts may sound spiritual. And as I get older, I'm very interested with the intersection between science and spirituality anyway. But, epigenetics is something I've been aware of for maybe 10, 15 years, something like that. You were, I think, talking about this way before anyone.
1967.
1967, right? Had the term epigenetics even been coined then?
No, because my research at that time showed the role of epigenetics, but there was no term epigenetics. So we actually created a word called transformation, that something transforms the existing thing. Now it's called epigenetics. That's the mechanism of how your consciousness can rewrite this program. And I saw this. I was cloning what are called stem cells.
So could you explain what a stem cell is?
I should say that because people don't know. So let's make a simple point. A body is made out of 50 trillion cells. That's a number that is so massive that you can say it, but you can't imagine it. And every day, every one of us is losing hundreds of billions of cells every day, normal attrition. Skin cells are sloughing off. The whole digestive tract, the lining of the digestive tract from the mouth to the anus, this is massive amount of tract. The lining is replaced every 3 days. And I started to say, well, if I keep losing the cells, would I die? And I said, well, if you can't replace them, of course you would die. And I said, yeah, but then I said, how can I keep losing cells and still replace them? The answer is, before you were born, these were embryonic cells that were giving you the structure and function, okay? After you're born, you still have embryonic cells in your body, but you're not an embryo. So we changed the name, call it stem cell, because before birth, I could do a biopsy and look, I say, here's an embryonic cell. If I wait 1 minute after birth, look at the same biopsy, look at the same cell, now it's, no, that's called a stem cell. So stem cells are embryonic cells. They're there to replace all the cells that are going wrong. So my research revealed that I was cloning stem cells. And that all of a sudden, what does that mean? I say, I put one cell in a dish, one stem cell. And it divides every 10 hours about. After a week, I've got 30,000 cells in the Petri dish because they keep doubling and doubling and doubling, okay? Here's my experiment, and it was like so clear. I took those 30,000 cells, and now you have to recognize they're genetically identical cells because they only came from one parent. So 30,000 genetically identical cells. I split the cells up into 3 dishes, 10,000 cells in each dish. So all the dishes have genetically identical cells. But we grow them in the lab, something called culture medium. And this, we're going to come back to this. That's critical. Because what is culture medium? I'll give you a hint. Laboratory version of blood. So if I grow human cells, I say, what's human blood made out of? Because that's what nourishes cells. And I make a version in the lab called culture medium. Since I'm synthesizing culture medium, I can change some of the combinations of the chemistry. So I create 3 different versions of culture medium, slight chemistry difference. And I feed the cells. In one dish, I feed them version 1 of the culture medium, and the other version 2, and the third dish, version 3. In the first dish, the cells form muscle. In the second dish, the cells form bone. In the third dish, with a different environment, the cells form fat cells. And here I am teaching in medical school that genes control life, and here's my laboratory experiments to say, all these cells are genetically identical. How come one became muscle, how the other one became bone, how the other one became fat? And it was like, it was based on the culture medium. And all of a sudden I said, oh my God, the cell fate wasn't controlled by the genes, it was controlled by the environment in which the cells live. And if you change the environment, you change the fate of the cells. So that completely canceled the idea that genes were in control.
And that's on the micro. And on the macro, we humans are, as you say, 50 trillion cells or something like that. And our culture medium is the environment around us now.
No, okay. And this is the real important part. Let's look at the body as a skin-covered Petri dish. Why? I got 50 trillion cells.
Do you struggle to speak in English? See, when you need to speak in your mother tongue language, you can speak really well without any problems. But when it comes to speaking in English, that's where the problem is. Maybe you get stuck or you're a little bit nervous to speak in front of others, etc., etc. Has that ever happened to you? If you relate to what I'm saying, then I want to help you. Hi, my name is Ronald. I'm a native English speaker and an English coach, and I train thousands of professionals across India to develop their English communication skills so that they can speak fluently and confidently in any situation, anywhere. And now I'm doing a 2-hour masterclass where I'm going to be showing you 3 different things. So the first thing that I'm going to show you is how to overcome your fear of speaking in English. So if you're someone who's afraid to speak in front of others, I'm going to show you how to overcome that fear. Secondly, I'm going to show you a secret technique so that you can speak in English without getting stuck or without your mind going blank. And thirdly, I'm going to be showing you a secret formula to 10x your English communication skills within the next 30 days. So if that sounds interesting to you, and if you want to improve your English communication skills, then I invite you to go ahead and register for this masterclass. So all you need to do is click on the link, go ahead and register for the masterclass. And in the masterclass, I'm going to be sharing all these incredible points with you. So don't forget, if you want to improve your English communication skills, you need to click on this link and go ahead and register now. And I'll see you on the masterclass.
Cells under my skin. Instead of a plastic dish, it's a skin dish inside, but I have the original culture medium, which is blood. And I say the chemistry of the culture medium, whether the cell's in a plastic dish or whether it's in the skin dish, it's still the culture medium that controls the fate of the cells. So in the human body, it's the blood chemistry that actually activates the genetics in the cell. And I go, so why is this significant? I say, well, what controls the blood chemistry? It's going to make an important point right here. And I say, the brain is the chemist and puts in the stuff into the growth factors, emotional chemicals, neuropeptides, things like that, adding it, putting it into the blood. And then comes the most important question. So the blood is the chemist putting the chemistry into the blood. The chemistry in the blood is the culture medium. So the chemistry of the culture medium is controlling the fate. Okay, got that. But then the most important question comes, what chemistry should the brain put in to the blood? What chemistry? And then comes the answer, which is so blow away. And the answer is this: whatever picture you hold in your mind, the brain translates that into complementary chemistry. If I have a picture of love, my brain releases wonderful things into the blood, like dopamine for pleasure, oxytocin to bond with others, a growth hormone. And growth hormone does exactly what it says. So when you're in love, you're releasing this growth hormone, which enhances your vitality. And that's why when people fall in love, they get so healthy. They get, they say, oh, look how they glow. They're so in love. And I go, this is the chemistry of the blood engaging the behavior of the cells. But I say, well, but what if I'm holding a picture of something that scares me? I said, well, you're not going to release love chemistry. You start to release stress hormones and factors that affect the immune system and all that. I said, well, that's a different chemistry. I go, yeah, just like in the culture dish, a different chemistry leads to a different genetic activity. And all of a sudden I said, oh my God, your thoughts are being turned into complementary chemistry, which then controls your genetics. And this all of a sudden says, well, then if I want to change my genetics, do I have to go in and change the cells in the genetics? I said, no, it's changing your thought. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, and I think people, if they really self-examine, they already know that. They already know that when I feel scared or stressed or anxious, things happen in my body. My gut starts to change, or you have an urge to go to the toilet, or you get a headache or whatever, right? So, and we know it's well-established scientific fact that stress, psychological stressors will elevate cortisol and all kinds of knock-on consequences in our body. So the fact that our thoughts change our biology, I think it's not, although it's quite obvious, I just don't think people realize that have positive thoughts that will influence your biology, have negative thoughts. What's interesting, and that will also influence your biology.
Absolutely.
And I've heard you say, Bruce, in an interview I've heard you in the past, I think you said 60% of these unconscious programs are disempowering and are limiting beliefs that
Yes.
we've acquired from other people. 60%.
Yes, that's a massive number. And then recognize, but that 60% is coming from the subconscious. So the individual playing that subconscious is the one that they're not even aware they're playing this subconscious. So their life seems to be out of control. Oh, I want to be happy. I want to have a great job. I want to have a great romance. I said, that's conscious wishes and desires. Conscious wishes and desires, subconscious habit. Okay?
So how do we change it?
Oh, that's the first question. I always remember very, very much how I was so excited by the mechanism, the biology, and how the chemistry was adjusting, the genetics and all this. And I would love to tell people. And I remember every time I finished a lecture, the first question was, "How do you change it?" And I was like, at that time, I didn't have any idea how to change it. I just recognized how it worked, and it was so frustrating. But now, I've really, over the years in my study, now I really understand how you change it. And the idea is, well, how do you change a program? That was the issue. Not how you change the conscious mind, how do you change the subconscious mind? Because it doesn't learn. Conscious mind learns by just whatever you read the book, I learned it, okay? Subconscious mind doesn't learn that way. I say, how does it learn? I say, well, in the first 7 years, that's when I said the programming went in. The brain wasn't functioning at the higher level of consciousness. It was actually a little lower. That was called theta, the vibration, the imagination and all that. That's hypnosis, okay? So the first way we learned programs was hypnosis, because the function of the brain it was at a low, lower vibration. Some people might remember the old days when hypnotherapy, they'd have a watch, and the hypnotherapist said, swing the watch back and forth, and they would say, "You're getting tired, you're getting tired." And what was the point? When you get tired, you lower the vibration of the brain. And the moment you fall asleep, actually, consciously, the next level of activity of the brain is theta before it goes down to the lowest vibration, delta, sleep. So every night when you go to bed, there's a period just after you close your eyes and you're essentially disconnected for a moment, your brain is operating in theta. Well, theta is hypnosis, okay? So I said, well, that's how your brain was in theta during that childhood period as predominantly. Now you're an adult. I say, yeah, but you have theta every night when you go to bed. So I said, what can you do? And this is the old story. You've heard people do it. You put a pair of earphones on at night. You play a program that you want to be true in your life. And while you're awake, you might hear the program, but it's the moment you fall asleep, the conscious mind shut off, but the subconscious mind is now in record theta. So whatever is coming through the earphones at that moment after you fall asleep, you don't hear it, but the subconscious mind is hearing it and downloading it in a state of theta. So the first way of changing a belief system is to get into theta.
ମତେ ଆଗକୁ କିଛି କହିବାକୁ ନଥାଏ ମୁଁ ସେଇ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ ଟା ମୂଳରୁ ହିଁ କିଛି କହନି ମତେ କାହିଁ ମାନେ ମୋର ଟିକେ ଇଣ୍ଟୁଇସନ ଆସୁଛି କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ ହେଇଛି ମାନେ ରିମର୍ସ କ୍ରିଏଟ କରନ୍ତି ନା ଏପଟର କଥା ସେପଟର କଥା ଏପଟର କଥା ୟୁନିଭର୍ସର ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ କେମିତି ହୁଏ ନା ତମର ଯୋଉ କର୍ମ ଥାଏ ହେଲା ଏବେ ସେଇଟା ହୁଏ କି ଯେ ତମକୁ ଭଲ ଭାବିବାର ଅଛି ଆଉ ଭଲ କରିବାର ଅଛି ଆସିଲା Queen of Pentacles ଆଉ ଥରେ କରିବା ଏଇଟା ଟିକେ ସେଠି କନସେଣ୍ଟ୍ରେଟ ତମେ ଯାହା ବି ମାଇଣ୍ଡରେ ଅଛି ସେ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ ଉପରେ ଫୋକସ କରିବାର ଅଛି ଆଉ ପଜିଟିଭ ଫୋକସ କରିବାର ଅଛି ସେ ନେଗେଟିଭ ଆଣିବାର କିଛି କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ or doubts recording. One second.
ତାଙ୍କୁ ଜଏନ୍ କରି ପଇସା ମାଗି ତାଙ୍କୁ କଣ ଗୋଟେ ଆପ୍ ସେଠି ଝିଅ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ପଇସା ମାଗି ଖରାପ ଲାଗେ ସେ ଅବଜେକ୍ଟିଭ ପାଇଁ ନିଜକୁ କରିକି ଲୋକମାନେ ପଇସା କମେଇ ଦଉଛନ୍ତି ଏତେ ଇଜିକା ବନ୍ଦ କରିଦେ ନହେଲେ ଏଇଟା ଚଲେଇ ଦଉଛି। ଜାତକ ଏଇଟା ସେଟା ଦେଖିଲେ କାହିଁ ମନଟା ଏତେ ଅସୁବିଧା ଅଛି? ମୋର କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ଏ ଲାଇଟ୍ ଟା ବନ୍ଦ କରିଦେଲା ଅଛି ମାନେ ଲାଇଟ୍ ଟା ଜାଣିଛି ମୋର କଣ କରିବାର ଅଛି ମୋର ଲାଇଟ୍ ଅଛି ସବୁ ବୁଡେଇକି ବନ୍ଦ କର ହଁ the spirits was my ancestor guides okay because my path again next David से वाटर रे नाडा टिके चेंज करी जणा पड़ो केन 1916 को फोन करी से लाइट लिभे दे देखा जाबे डार्क कहीं अच्छे एटा थाउ तते देखा सेमती मते ठीक देखा जाउची से देखा नहीं जाउ आ मोर एटा देह जुलाई आ केतेटा छुआ तोर ये हे गेले अरे केतेटा इन्नेटा छुआ खरा गेले पासवर्ड तो मोर गई जो माने एटा डिवाइनली प्रोटेक्टेड थांस माने मरि पाली रेड पाखरे पूरा तळे सोई पड़ली पूरा वो से गली 10:45 ମୁଁ ଜନ୍ମଦିନ ଟାଇରେ କରିଥାନ୍ତି ସେ ତା ପୂର୍ବରୁ ବାବା ଏତେ ଇଏ ନାହାନ୍ତି କେତେବେଳେ ଆଉ ଆଣିଥାନ୍ତ ଆଉ ଆଉ 15-20 ମିନିଟରେ ଯାଇଥାନ୍ତ ମାମି ଆସିଲା ନେଇକିରି ଗଲା ତାପରେ ସେଟା କହିଲା ଯେ ଏବେ ବର୍ଷେ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଛୁଆ ହେବା କଥା ନାହିଁ କାରଣ ନେକ୍ସଟ ବର୍ଷ ତୁ ହେଇଗଲି ତମକୁ ପୁରା କହିଥିଲି ବର୍ଷେ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଛୁଆ ହବା କଥା ନାହିଁ ମାନେ ବର୍ଷେ ପରେ 2 ବର୍ଷ ପରେ ଦେଇଥାନ୍ତ ତ ସେଟା ଏବେ ତମେ ସାଇନ୍ କର ମୋର ପୋଷ୍ଟ ବି ଆସିଲା ସାଇନ୍ କର ମୁଁ ଅପରେସନ କରିବି ବାସ୍ ମର୍କୁରୀ ଜମିନିରେ ଅଛି ରାହୁ ତୋର ଲଗ୍ନରେ ଅଛି ବଡ କେଚକେଚିଟା ଡିଫିଡେଣ୍ଟ କାହା ଘରେ ଅଛି ହଁ ମୁଁ ତ କେଚକେଚି 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 ମାର କୋଉଟା କୋଉ ଘର ଅଛି ଟିକେ ମତେ ଟିକେ କହିଦବୁ ଟିକେ ଏଇଟା ଜୁପିଟର ତା ନିଜ ଘରେ ଅଛି ଏଇଟା ଧନୁ ଘରଟା ଏଇଟା କୁମ୍ଭ ଏଇଟା ମକର ଶନି ସହିତ କେତୁ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଶନି ତୋର ଦେଖୁଛି ଲଗ୍ନ ବୁଝିଲୁ ତୁ ଯେତିକି କେଚି କେଚିଟା ହେଇଥାନ୍ତୁ ଆହୁରି କେଚି କେଚିଟା ତାପରେ ହେଲା ଆଉ ଏଇଟା 7 ନମ୍ବର ଘର ବି ବୁଝିଲୁ 7 ନମ୍ବର ଘରଟା ତୁ ବାହାଘରଟା ଡେରି ହବ ସୋ ଆମ୍ ଓକେ ୱିଥ୍ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ କାହିଁକିନା ଡେରି ହେଲେ ଯାଇକିରି ସେ ଶନିଟାର ଏଫେକ୍ଟ କମ ହୁଏ ହେଲା ସେ ତାର ମେନ୍ ପର୍ପସ ହଉଛି ବାହାଘରଟା ଡିଲେ କରିବା।
ଆରେ ବାହାଘର ଛାଡେ ତୁ ମତେ ପଇସା କଥା କହ ମୋ ପଇସା ମୋର ଆସିଲେ ସିନା ବାହାଘର ଠିକ ଠାକ ହବ ଆଉ ବିନା ପଇସାରେ ଆଉ କେନ୍ତା ହବ?
ପଇସା ଘରଟା ହେଲା ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ଏଇଟା ତୁଳାଟା ହେଲା ତୁଳାକୁ କିଏ ସବୁ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି
ମୋର ତ ସେଇ ସେପଟେ ଗୋଟେ କଣ ଦେଖିଥିଲି ସମସ୍ତେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନି
1 2 3 4
ଟାଇମରେ ଭଲ ଖବର ଦେଲେ
ସେଟା 32 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲେ ଯାଇକି ତୋର ହବ ବୁଝିଲୁ 32 ବର୍ଷ ମାନେ ଆଉ 2 ବର୍ଷ ତ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମତେ 22 ବର୍ଷ ହେଇଥିଲା ସେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ପଚାରିଲି ମଝିଆ ମାମୁଁକୁ ସେ ତାର ଚାକିରିଟା କେବେ ଅଛି ମାନେ 22 ବର୍ଷର 22 ବର୍ଷ ସେତେବେଳେ କଣ ଜାନୁଆରୀ ହେଇଥିଲା ନା କଣ ମାର୍ଚ୍ଚ ସେ ସେ 32 ଟାକୁ 22 କହିଲି ବି ଆଉ 3 ମାସ ତ ହବ 3 ମାସ ପରେ ତୋର ଗୋଟେ କୋଉଠି ଗୋଟେ ଇଣ୍ଟର୍ନସିପ ଲାଗିଥିଲା ମନେ ପକେଇବୁ ଗୋଟେ କେତେବେଳେ ଲାଗିଥିଲା ଯେମିତି ଯାହା ହୁଏ ହେଲା ତାପରେ ଏଗୁଡାକ ତ ସେ 22 କହିଲେ କେମିତି ଆଉ ସେ ଭାରି କଷ୍ଟରେ କହିଲେ ସେତିକି ବେଳିକି ଯାଇକି ହେବା ଆଉ 3 ମାସଟାକୁ ଏତେ କୋଉଠି ହଉଛନ୍ତି ନା ଆଚ୍ଛା ତୋର ଏବେ ଚାଲିଛି ହଉଛି ବୃହସ୍ପତି
ବୃହସ୍ପତି ମାନେ
ବୃହସ୍ପତି ହେଲେ ଜୁପିଟର ଇଏ ଚାଲିଛନ୍ତି ତୋର 33 ଯାକେ ଜୁପିଟର ତା ନିଜ ଘରେ ଅଛି ସୋ ଦିସ୍ ୱିଲ୍ ବି ଭେରି ଗୁଡ୍ ଗଲା ବେଳେ ଯାଏ ଗୁରୁ ପ୍ରବଳ ସେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଲାଷ୍ଟ କ୍ଲାସ ଆସିବ ନା ଏବେ ଲାଷ୍ଟ ଚାଲିଛି ତାର ଆଉ 7 ବର୍ଷ ଅଛି ଅବଶ୍ୟ ତ ଆଉ 2 ବର୍ଷ ପରେ ତୋର ସେ ସିଏ ଦବା ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବେ ଗଲା ବେଳେ ଯାଏ ଗୁରୁ ପ୍ରବଳ ତାପରେ ହେଲା ତୋର ଶନି ଆସିବ ଜାଣିଗଲା ଶନି ଆସିବ ଶନିଟା ବି ତୋର ଭଲରେ ଅଛି ତ ଶନି ଯାଇକିରି ମୀନରେ ଅଛି ଉଚ୍ଚ ସେଟା ବୁଝିଲୁ ଶନି ଶନି ସେଟା ଉଚ୍ଚରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ତୁ ଯଦି କେଚିଆଟେ ତାହେଲେ ସେଟା ତା ମାନେ ଶନି ବହୁତ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରଙ୍ଗ ଅଛି ସୋ ଭଲ ଦେବେ ସିଏ ଶନି ତୋର ଚାଲିବ ଯାଇକି 52 years ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ 2052 ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଚାଲିବ ହେଲା ତ ତୋର ଶନି ସହିତ ଇଏ ଅଛି କେତୁ ଅଛି ଶନି ସହିତ ଆଉ ଇଆଡେ ରାହୁ ଶନିଟାକୁ ଦେଖୁଛୁ ଯା ତାପରେ ହେଲା ଏତେ ଦୂର ଯିବା ନାଇଁ ଜୁପିଟର ଟା ଏବେ 2033 ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଅଛି ଆଉ ସେ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଚାଲିଛି ସେ ଯୋଉଟା ଦେଖିଥିଲେ ହେଲା ଯାଇକି ଅନ୍ତର୍ଦଶା ଟିକେ ଦେଖିଦବା ଜୁପିଟର ମହାଦଶା ଏବେ ଚାଲିଛି ମୋର ଟିକେ ଅବଷ୍ଟାକଲ୍ସ ଗୁଡାକ ଉପରେ ଫୋକସ ସବୁ ଭଲ ଜିନିଷ ଗୁଡାକ ଦେଖ ଯୋଉ ବି ଜିନିଷ ଗୋଟେ କାମ କର ମୁଁ ତ ବୁଝିପାରୁନି ନା ଅବଷ୍ଟାକଲ ହେଲା ତ ତୁ ଗୋଟେ କାମ କର ସେ ଅବଷ୍ଟାକଲ ଟାକୁ ମ୍ୟାନିପୁଲେଟ କରିକି ଆଡଭାଇସ ଦେ ସେଇଟା ହିଁ କରୁଛି ଏତେ ବଡ ଖାଲି କେଚକେଚିଆଟା ବିକଜ ଅଫ ଦ୍ୟାଟ ସେ କେଚକେଚିଆ ଜିନିଷଟା ହିଁ କୋଉ ଜାଗାରେ ହଁ ସେଇଟା ହିଁ କହୁଛି this stubbornness जो अच्छी that will help me to achieve my goals but focus is focus का जो गड़बड़ होती है focus has to come and that can be a कौन सा उतर तू କହିଲୁ ଗୋଟେ ଯେ କଣ କଣ ତତେ ଅବଜେକ୍ସନେବଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ମାନେ ତୋର କ୍ୟାରେକ୍ଟରରେ ମୁଁ ତ ଏବେ କେଚକେଚିଆ କହିଲି ଟେକ୍ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଆଉଟ୍
ମତେ ଆଉ କିଛି ଏତେ ଅବଜେକ୍ସନ ଲାଗୁନାହିଁ
ନା ନାଇଁ କଣ ଟିକେ ଟିକେ ଯୋଉଟା ରହିଯାଇଛି ସେଟା କହିଲୁ ସେଟା ନ କହ କହିଦୁ ଟେଲ୍ ଦ ପଜିଟିଭ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ପଜିଟିଭ ହେଲା କି ଯେ ଏବେ ମାନେ ମୁଁ ବହୁତ ପଜିଟିଭ ଅଛି ହେଲା ନେଗେଟିଭିଟି ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ବି ଆଣିବାକୁ ଦଉନି ମୋ ପାଇଁ ତ ଆଗରୁ ଯେତିକି ସେଲ୍ଫ ଡାଉଟ୍ ଥିଲା ସବୁ ଥିଲା ଆଉ ଟିକେ ପ୍ରେସର ମୋ ଉପରେ ଆସିଯାଉଛି ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ କେମିତି କଣ ହବ ବଟ୍ କରିବାର ଅଛି ସୋ ଏବେ କାଲି ମୁଁ ରାତିରେ ଟିକେ ମେଡିଟେଟ୍ କଲି ସୋ ମେଡିଟେଟ୍ କରିକି ମୁଁ ମୋର ମାଇଣ୍ଡଟାକୁ ଟିକେ ଅର୍ଗାନାଇଜ କଲି ହାଉ ଟୁ ଡୁ ଥିଙ୍ଗସ୍ ସୋ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ପ୍ରେସର ମତେ ଆସିବନି ସୋ କାଲି ରାତିରେ ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ଆଲାଇନ୍ କଲି ମୋର ଫ୍ୟୁଚରରେ ମତେ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି କଣ ଦରକାର and what kind of I want to society so ଏବେ ମେନ୍ ଜିନିଷ ହେଲା ଟିକେ ପ୍ରେସର ହେଇଯାଉଛି ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗାରେ ସେଥିରେ କଣ ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟିଆ ଜିନିଷଟେ କହ ଯୋଉଟା କଲେ ତୋର ବିଲିଫ ଟା ଷ୍ଟ୍ରଙ୍ଗ ମାନେ ଅନ୍ ଟୁୱାର୍ଡସ୍ ଦି ପଜିଟିଭ ବିଲିଫ ମୋର ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଷ୍ଟ୍ରଙ୍ଗ ହଉଛି ଗୋଟେ action point କହ ଛୋଟିଆଟେ which you can do every day ବଡଟେ କହିଲେ ତୁ ଫେରେ ବଦେଇଥିବୁ ମୁଣ୍ଡରେ ନା ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଏବେ ମତେ ସେମିତି କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ନାହିଁ ଏବେ କିଛି ଟାଇମ କ୍ଲାରିଟି ଆସିବ ପଚାରୁଛି action କଣ ଗୋଟେ action କଣ କହ that will be your compass ତୋର north pole କିନ୍ତୁ ଏଇଟା ଆଜି ହେଲା I am on my track ତ ଟାର ସବୁଦିନେ ଟାର ଗୋଟେ ପଢିବୁ is that so yes ପଢିଲେ ତୋର ଭିତରେ strength ଆସୁନି ପଢିଲେ ବିକଜ ସେଇଟା ହିଁ କରିବାର ଅଛି ଆଚ୍ଛା ଶୁଣ ଏବେ ତୁ ଟେର ଦେଖିଥିଲୁ ସେତେବେଳେ ତୁ ସେ ଚାଟ୍ ଜିପିଟି କୁ ପଚାର ସେଟା ମୁଁ ପଚାରେ you don't have to follow that you have to follow your intuition that time ସେ ଯୋଉ ଫ୍ୟୁଚର କାର୍ଡ ଟା ବାହାର କରୁଥିଲୁ ପେଜ ଆଉ ଟପ୍ସ ବାହାର କରୁଥିଲୁ ଫ୍ୟୁଚର ସେଥିରେ ମୋର ଇଣ୍ଟୁଇସନ କଣ ହେଲା କହିଲୁ ସେଥିରେ ଗୋଟେ ଫିସ୍ ଅଛି and because it is a future card so ମତେ abundance ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି ତାପରେ next ହେଲା ସେ ଅର୍ଡର ଯୋଉଟା ଦେଖ ଅର୍ଡରରେ ସେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ବହୁତ ଡିପ୍ରେସ ଅଛି କି ଯାହା ବି ଅଛି but each time she does that ଆଖି ବନ୍ଦ କଲେ ସେ ତଳେ ଦେଖିବୁ ଗୋଟେ ବକ୍ସ ଅଛି ସେଟା ମତେ ଗୋଟେ ସିକ୍ରେଟ ବକ୍ସ ପରିକା ଲାଗେ ଯୋଉଥିରେ କି ମୋର ବହୁତ ଗୁଡେ ହୀରା ମୋତି ମାଳିକ ଧରାଯାଇଛି so that came to my mind first ଯୋଉଟା ଆସେ then you start interpreting that ସେଇଟା ମୁଁ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଯେତେବେଳେ ବାହାର କରୁଥିଲି ମୁଁ ଇଣ୍ଟରପ୍ରେଟ କରିନି ବଟ୍ ଆଉ ଟିକେ ସିଓର ହବା ପାଇଁ ଚାଟ୍ ଜିପିଟିକୁ ପଚାରେ ସୋ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଷ୍ଟୋରି ତୁ କହିଲି 40ଟା କାର୍ଡର ଷ୍ଟୋରି କହିଲା ଏବେ ଗୋଟେ ଦେଖୁଥିଲି ଗୋଟେ ଟେରୋ ରିଡର କହିଲା କି ଯେ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ଷ୍ଟୋରି ସହିତ କରେ ସୋ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ୟୁ ଡୋଣ୍ଟ ହ୍ୟାଭ୍ ଟୁ ରିମେମ୍ବର ଇଚ୍ କାର୍ଡ କୋଉଟା ନା ଅଛି ଷ୍ଟୋରିର ବି ଅଛି ସିଏ 2 ଘଣ୍ଟାର ଷ୍ଟୋରି ଅଛି ଗୋଟେ ଫୁଲ୍ ଜର୍ଣ୍ଣି ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହୁଏ ଫୁଲ୍ ଲାଇଫ୍ ସେ ବକ୍ସ ଅଛି ସେଟା ହେଲା ଲେଭେଲ୍ସ ମୁଁ ସେଇଟା ମୋର ଯୋଉ ଦିନ ଯୋଉ କାର୍ଡଟା ବାହାରିବ you do your story intuitively then ସେଇ ଦିନର ଷ୍ଟୋରି ବାହାର କରିକିରି ତାପରେ ତୁ ସେଥିରେ ଇମାଜିନେସନ କିଏ କେତେ କୁଆଡେ ବି ଯାଇପାରିବେ ନା so you give 5ଟା ପଜିଟିଭ ପଏଣ୍ଟ ବାହାର କରିକିରି ସେଇଟା କରିଦେ ଏବେ ତୋର ଆଉ କୋଉ ବି ଆକାଉଣ୍ଟକୁ ଡିଲିଟ କରିବୁନି that is what I want to say account ନା ନା ମୁଁ ସେଇଟା କହୁନି ଯୋଉଟାରେ ତୁ ଯୋଉ ସବୁଦିନ ରିଡ୍ କରୁଛୁ ନା ସେଟା କୋଉଠି ତ ରଖୁ ସେଇଟା ହଁ ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବ ହଁ ଇନଷ୍ଟାରେ ଏବେ ମୁଁ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିବି ଇନଷ୍ଟାରେ ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ସେଠାରେ ଲାଇଭ୍ କରିବି ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବରେ ସେଟା ପକେଇବି ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବରେ ରହିଲେ ବେଶୀ ପଇସା ମିଳିବ ତୁ ଅକ୍ଟୋବରରେ ଛାଡିଥିଲୁ ନା ଅକ୍ଟୋବର ପୁରା କରିକିରି ଛାଡିଥିଲୁ ନା ଜବ୍ ତ ସେତେବେଳେ ତୋର ଭେନସ୍ ଭେନସ୍ ଆସିଲା ବୁଝିଲେ ଜୁପିଟର ଭେନସ୍ ଦି ଜଣ ପଡେ ନା ସିଏ ହେଲା ରାକ୍ଷସ ଗୁରୁ ଆଉ ଇଏ ହେଲେ ଦେବ ଗୁରୁ ପଡେ ନା ସେଇଟା ଚାଲିବ ତୋର ହଉଛି 28 ବର୍ଷ ମୋର ଲାଷ୍ଟ ଜୁନରୁ ଅସୁବିଧା ହଉଛି ନା ଜୁନରୁ ଅସୁବିଧା ହଉଛି ନା ଅସୁବିଧା ସେଇ ଭେନସ୍ ଟା ଚାଲିଛି ନା ଭେନସ୍ ଟା ପଡିଗଲା ତୋର 10 ଅକ୍ଟୋବରରେ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଲା ବୁଝିଲେ ତା ପୂର୍ବରୁ ଏଇ ମାର୍ଗିରି ଫାର୍ଗିରି ଥିଲେ ସବୁ ଗୁଡାକ ତୋର ହେଲେ ଶତ୍ରୁ ଗୁଡା ତେଣୁ ସେ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ହେଲେ 28 ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଭେନସ୍ ଟା ଚାଲିବ 2028 ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ତୋର ଭେନସ୍ ଟା ଅଛି ସିଏ ଅଛି ଜୁନ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଅଛି ତାପରେ ଆସିବ ସନ୍ ସନ୍ ତାଙ୍କର ଭଲ ଅଛି ମର୍କୁରୀ ସହିତ ଅଛି ସେଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ପିରିୟଡ ଚାଲିବ ସେଇ ପିରିୟଡରେ ଆଉ ତାପରେ ମୁନ୍ ବି ଅଛି ସେଇ ପିରିୟଡରେ ତୋର ଆଉ ତ 2 ବର୍ଷ 28ରେ ସେଇ 32 ହେଲା ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ନୋଟିସ୍ କରିବାକୁ ସବୁଦିନ ଲାଇକ୍ ଯୋଉଟା ବି ତୁ କହିବୁ ପଜିଟିଭ ଯୋଉଟା ଦେଖୁଛୁ show me some sign so that I'm progressing on that ସେ ସାଇନ୍ ଟା ଉପରେ ବି ସେଇଠି କରୁଛି ସତ୍ତା ନିଉ ସାଇନ୍ ର କଣ ହୁଏ ସାଇନ୍ ଗୁଡା ଇଏ ପଚାରେ ହଁ ଇଟ୍ ଇଜ ୱାନ୍ ସେଇଥିରେ କଣ ଯୋଉ କ୍ଲାରିଟି ମତେ ଆସିବ ଏବେ କଣ ହୁଏ ଯେତେବେଳେ ସେ ସାଇନ୍ ଗୁଡା ପଚାରେ ଆସିଯାଏ ସାଇନ୍ ହେଲା ସାଇନ୍ ରେ କେବେ ଭାବ ଟାରୋ ରିଡିଂ ଆସିଗଲା କଣ ସାଇନ୍ या କଣ ଗୋଟେ ଭିଡିଓ ହଠାତ୍ ଆସିଗଲା ସାଇକୋଲୋଜିକାଲ ଭିଡିଓ ଆସିଗଲା କଣ ଗୋଟେ ବହି ଗୋଟେ କଣ ଆସିବ ତ ସେମିତି ଆସେ କଣ ହୁଏ କି ସେଇ ତୋର ଗୋଟେ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ ର 4ଟା ଆନ୍ସର ସାଇନ୍ ଯେତେବେଳେ